Hello friends, welcome to my channel Nihira Techiees, and this is my new course Angular 18. So it is a comprehensive Angular course. We will cover everything you need to know to become an expert. So we will start with the basics of Angular such as understanding of components, models and data binding. So then we will dive into the more advanced topics like services, routing, authentication and state management with NGRX. So throughout the course, we will build some real-time application that help you to understand this Angular very deeply. And in this video, I am using Angular 18. This is the latest version as per today. Okay. And one more thing, this video is created for both beginners and experienced people. So the idea is very simple. So the person comes to the Angular with zero knowledge, but he have some exposure in this HTML also. He can follow this course. Okay. Once he completed the course, he can contribute any real-time project and also he can build his own application. So now let me provide some introduction about Angular, then we can see what are the topics I am going to cover in this course. First of all, Angular is a platform and a framework for building single-page client applications using HTML and TypeScript, and it is developed and maintained by Google. So they are providing long-term support, and also every 6 months they are providing the new version of Angular. As per today, the latest version is Angular 18. It is released on May 22, 2024. And in the build, we have a different technologies for creating the UI applications, but this is one of the effective technology. Okay. So next we can see some common advantages. So the first one is custom and reusable component. In order to we can increase the productivity and code consistency, and it provides the cross-platform support, improved speed and performance, and it is supporting for unit testing, material UI support for the better UI, and it is completely open source. So next we can see what are the topics I am going to cover in this video. So the first one is introduction and advantages we have covered. Then system setup, there we can install the Node.js, and then Angular installation, we can install the Angular CLI globally, then Angular CLI commands. So in Angular application, we will deal most of the functionality using the commands. So like project creation, project build, running the application, creating the files, we have a different CLI commands that we can review. Then we can create our brand new Angular application. Next, we can review the folder structure and the files of Angular application, how the flow, how the Angular application working. So that kind of details we can review. And the next one is Angular template. So up to this Angular 16, we have only model based template. Okay. From the Angular 17, we have a new template that is standalone template. So we can review both. And the next one is Material UI. This is the third party library for the better design. And the next one is components. So this is the primary building block of our Angular application. And then interpolation, it is the just text binding. And pipes, this is the formatter. Property binding, it is used to bind the properties in the dynamic manner. And then two-way binding, it's a very interesting concept we can see. Then event binding, Angular model, Angular routing, it's for handling the navigation. And then Angular cards, it's actually restricting the menu navigation. And then lazy loading, so enabling this lazy loading we can improve our Angular application. And the next one is directive, this is one of the core feature. And the next one is Angular forms, this is one of the important topic. Using this Angular form we can handle the user inputs. Okay, so we have a two different types, one is template driven form and another one is the reactive forms. So if you have a complex data, then obviously we have to go with an reactive forms. It's really interesting. So when I'm explaining the reactive forms, I will include some real-time examples also. Okay. And the next one is services. Using services, we can consume the external API. Also, we can transfer the data between the components. And the next one is HTTP interceptors. This is one of the middleware. Using this option, we can pass the headers globally. And then consuming secured .NET API. It's one of the real-time example. And the next one is transferring data between the components. So actually we have a different types. We can review everything. Okay. And then Angular signals. And this is one of the new feature introduced from Angular 16. Then control flow templates. Again, this is a new feature introduced in Angular 17. And then deferrable view, it's a kind of lazy loading. It's for some content only. Okay. And then basic redactions. So we can complete one basic redactions with model pop-up. Then RxJS basics, NGRX. This is one of the state management option. Then NG content. So using this option, we can pass the content to one component to another component. And zoneless change detection. This is one of the performance improvement option introduced from Angular 18. Then server-side rendering. Again, it is the performance improvement option. And then ngx toaster and ngx mask. So these are the third party library. The first one is for showing traditional notification, and the next one is providing placeholder mask for our inputs. So anyway, both are the third party library, but we should know how to use third party libraries from our application. And the final one is deployment in IAS server. So we can create the build. Once we have artifact, we can do the manual deployment in IAS server. Okay, now I just provided the index for this course. So next we can start one by one. So the first one is system setup. Angular can run in Windows, Linux and Mac operating system. So we can use any one of the operating system. I am using the Windows. Okay, next install the Node.js. So I am always recommending to have the latest one. So as per today, the latest version is 22.4. Okay, we can search like Node.js download, and this is the official link. So here we can see this package manager option. We can choose this pre-built installer. So next we have to choose the version. The latest version is 22.4 and our operating system is Windows and it is running in this 64. So let me download these packages. By double clicking this one, we can install these packages and click next and read the license agreement and then accept this one. Then click next. Add the installation path. We can use the default one. Again click the next. Finally install this one. Okay, so it will take some time. Actually we can verify the installed version of Node.js from the command prompt. So the command is node-v. Okay, see the installed version is 22.4. Okay, so now the system setup is completed. The next thing is we have to install the Angular CLI. The command is npm install -g. That means we are installing globally. Then at Angular CLI, we are not mentioned any version, then it will install the latest version. Okay, we can execute this command. Okay, the installation completed. We can see the nodes. One package is included and changed to 23 packages. The thing is already I have installed. That's what we are getting this command. Okay, so now let me verify the installed version. The command is ng version. Okay, see the installed Angular version is 18.0.7 and node is 22.4 and this npm 10.8.1 and OS Windows 32 x 64. Okay, this is fine. We have installed the latest version of Angular CLI. At the same time, so if you want to install the lower version in your machine, then you have to specify the particular version from the command itself. Okay, so let me show you. So this is the command we have executed now. For installing the lower version, you have to specify like this. Okay, so I'm just changing this into 16. The same command only, additionally we have included this much. And one more thing, first we need to uninstall the existing Angular CLI. Okay, otherwise we will get some error. So we can try now. Okay, the uninstall is completed. So now if I am executing this ng command, it's saying ng is not recognized. Then we can understand the Angular CLI is not installed in our machine. Okay, so next I am trying to execute this installation command. Installation completed. Let me execute the ng version command. See, Angular version is 16.2.14 and we are getting the warning, the current version of Node is not supported by Angular. That means it's not supported for this Angular 16. That's what they are saying. So anyway, we can have the latest version. Okay, so we can execute this command once again. So hopefully this command will work. In case if we get any error while installing this command, then execute the uninstall command and try to execute the same command. Okay, now the installation gets completed. Again executing this ng version command. So again we are in the latest version 18.0.17. Okay, now we have completed the installation, and also you understood if you want to have the lower version, we have to use these commands. Okay, so we can move on to the next topic, Angular CLI commands. Okay, so in the Angular application, most of the functionalities we can deal with an Angular CLI commands. Okay, for creating any new application, we can use this ng new, then our application name. It will create the new application. Okay, so similarly for creating the components, we can use ng and G is the short form of generate, and C is the short form of component. Then we have to provide our component name. So it will generate one new component. Okay, similarly for the model, same ng-g, instead of the model we are providing m. So the same, so if you provide a model instead of this m, that also it will work. Okay, but always we can use the shortcuts, like for the services ng generate yes and service name, for cards ng generate g. So similarly for running this application we ng serve and npm start, and creating the build we can use the ng build. So anyway, throughout this course I will use all the ng command, so then you will be familiar on those commands also. Okay, so we can move on to the next topic, Angular project templates. Okay, so in this Angular application we have two different types of templates. Okay, one is the model based template and another one is the standalone template. So from the Angular 17, Angular introduced the new template, that is the standalone template. Okay, so in this standalone template there is no app model, so instead of that we have a app config. Maybe it is one of the optimized template. Okay, and another one is model based template. Up to Angular 16, this is the default template. It's having one default app.model. So again from this Angular 18 also, if we want using this model based template, definitely we can, because they are providing the support. So first what I'm going to do, let me create one brand new application in this standalone template. Okay, then we can review the files and folder structure. So after that we can create one application using this model based template. So let me create my first application. So the command is ng new and our application name. So let me provide the application name is new standalone. Okay, so it is asking which style sheet format would you like to use. I am choosing the CSS, and then do you want to enable the server side rendering for static site generation. So right now I am giving no only. Okay, so in the server side rendering we can see in the separate topic, that time we can enable. Okay, the installation in progress, basically it will take some time. So meanwhile let me share one more information. So in Angular application we are dealing most of the things from the command prompts itself. By doing the code changes we should have one of the code editor. Okay, so using Notepad also we can do the changes, but I am recommending to have the Visual Studio Code. So this Visual Studio Code also we can download the free version. So based on our operating system we can download the installer. So already I have downloaded and installed in my machine. So once our project is created we can open our Visual Studio Code. Okay, the application is created successfully. The next thing is I'm going to open in this VS Code. So before that let me try to run this application from this command prompt itself. So we choose the actual path, then executing this ng server command. It's just building our application. So now we can open from this URL localhost 4000. So this is the default template. Okay.
So next, let me stop this one using Ctrl plus C button.
So now if I'm trying to refresh this one, see we got error because it's not in the running mode. So next, as I mentioned, we can open in the VS Code. Okay, it is showing the last opened application. We can use this open folder option and selected the path, and this is our application. Okay, this is our new application. From this Visual Studio Code option, we have a terminal. Okay, from this terminal, we can execute our Angular CLI commands. From this terminal also, let me execute this ng server command. Okay, okay, it is running. Okay, fine. So in case if you want run our application into different port, that also we can do. So in this case, we have to provide this ng serve. So after that, we have to mention the port number. Okay, 420. So now it is running in this 4201. So if I am just refreshing, it's not running because currently our application running in this 4201 only. So now it is working fine. So this is the way we can change the port also. So the next thing is we can review this folder structure. Okay, in this folder structure we can split into two areas. Okay, one is just a source folder and another one is the accept items. So this source folder is very important for beginners and for all the developers. Okay, so because 90% of our changes we are going to include in this source folder itself only. Inside the source we can see one app folder. There we can see the default component and config file and routing file. So the first one is component. The component is the combination of three files. Okay, first one is ts file. This is the TypeScript file. There only we can write our logics. And the second one is HTML file. This is responsible for the UI side. And the final one is CSS file. Here we can define the own CSS that is used for only this component. Okay, and finally we can see one more file that is spec.ts. This is only for the unit testing, but it's not mandatory. And the next file is app-config. So here only we have to include our application level configuration, like we can include the providers. So defaultly we can see this provide zone change detection provider and this provide router option. So once we started our application development, so we may include different providers. Okay, and then this routing. So this file is responsible for the routing. Okay, so currently none of the items are included. So here only we will map our components with specific routes. Okay, so once I am explaining this routing concept, you will get more idea. And the next file is index.html. So every UI application, it should have one default file that will run in the initial load. Okay, so from our Angular application, that is our index.html. This is the very basic file. We can see this meta, title, basic reference, and some icons. And here we can note one new tag that is app root. Okay, so this app root is nothing but an component only. Let me tell you. So if you are checked in this TS file, we have a selector option. So whatever selector mentioned here, the same selector only we are used in our index.html side. In case if I'm changing, so first let me stop this one. Now if I'm changing this one into app root 1, okay, next in our index.html, I'm just having the same one. Okay, now if I'm running this application, again the build time there is no error. Let me check the port 4200 only. See, nothing is loaded. So once we go to the console, see we are getting the error. The selector app-root1 did not match with any elements. So now if I'm changing this into app-root1, see now the issue got resolved. Okay, so this is the way the component selector will work. So anyway, let me revert this one. So now we have finished this app folder. And the next one is main.ts file. So in Angular application, main.ts is the entry point of the application. It is responsible for bootstrapping the route model, and it plays the crucial role in initializing the Angular application and set up the necessary environment for to run. So it's a kind of configuration file. And the next one is style.css. So this is a CSS file. Here we can include our own CSS that can be used in the complete application. Okay, so it will act as the global CSS, and then editor.config file, then get ignore. These all are related to Git, and then angular.json. So this Angular JSON is a critical configuration file that defines how the Angular CLI should build, serve, and manage the application. So that we can review. Okay, here we can see the application version, then project type application, and we can see in this build area, see, index file is index.html, and browser main.ts. For the change detection, we are using zone.js, and asset path, and included this styles.css. So similarly, if you have additional style sheets that if you want to use globally, then we can include in this area. Okay. Similarly for the scripts, and then configuration for the build. So maximum warning is 50 KB, maximum error 1 MB. Okay. So in this real-time application, the size may be increasing. So in case your build size is crossing 500 KB means it will show the warning. Similarly, it is crossing the 1 MB, then it will throw the error. So in these cases, definitely you want to maintain the build file sizes high, then we can increase from here. Okay. And see the default configuration is production, and these all are not that much important. So similarly, we have a configuration for the test also. Okay, and the next one is package hyphen log.json. So before that, we can review this package.json. Okay. So in this package.json file, we can see the all package information. Okay. So we can see this animation, command, compiler, core. So similarly, if you are installing any new packages, that will be included here only. Okay. So similarly, we can see the start, build, watch. See the commands ng server we have used. Similarly, for the ng build, we may use in the later time. And for the testing purpose, we have a ng test. Okay. Actually, we can change the name, but it is actually not a relevant for our case. So that's what I'm saying. It is a kind of configuration file, but we should know what exactly this. Okay. And the next one is package hyphen log.json. So this will have the complete package information. For example, so if you have one of the library like a zone.js, it may have some dependent library also. Okay. So that information not available in this package.json. But if you checked in this package hyphen.json, there we can see complete information. See the result URL and integrity, the dependency items. We can see the complete information. So basically this file is not required. We can remove also. So whenever we are executing the npm install command, so the application will take the package names from this package.json. It will reinstall all the packages. Okay. And then automatically it will create the package hyphen log.json also. So even though if you are removing this file also, it's not going to create any build error. And one very important thing, as I mentioned, once we executed the npm install command, it will restore the packages. So that means where the packages are stored, that question will come automatically. So the packages are stored in this node models only. Okay. And one more drill I can show you. So this node models also we can delete. So what I am trying to convey, I am going to delete these node models. Then obviously we will get some error because there is no dependent packages. After that we can execute the npm install command. So then it will automatically create the folder and the packages also restored automatically. Let me remove this package hyphen log.json also. So now if I am executing this ng server, I believe we will get the error. See, so could not find the Angular dev slash build Angular dev server. So the packages are not available. So in this case, what we can do, just executing this npm install.
Once we uploading this application into GitHub also, this node models folder not going to be uploaded.
So once we are cloning the application, make sure we have to execute the npm install command. Then it will check all the library information from our package.json. Then it will restore in our node underscore model folder. Then our application will work fine. Actually, this npm install takes some time, okay, because it's need to restore all the packages. Okay, the packages are restored. We can see this node model once again, and the package hyphen log.json also created. Okay. So and the next one is tsconfig.app.json. So this is the TypeScript configuration file. It extends the base TypeScript configuration that defined in this tsconfig.json file. Okay. So first we can review this one. Here the key section, the first one is the extends. So this property used to extend another configuration file. So that is our tsconfig.json file. And then compiler option, it contains the settings specific to TypeScript compiler for our Angular application. Okay, so it's having the output directive and then types, and then we can see the files and includes. Anyway, it's a kind of configuration file. Okay, and the main TypeScript configuration file, that is ts.config. So here we can see this compiler options and target models. And the final one is tsconfig spec.json. So again, this is the TypeScript configuration for the testing model. So it's used for running our test cases. And this node model also we already seen. So in this launch URL, that's what whenever we are executing this ngserv command, so defaultly it is taking this localhost 4200. So in case if you are changed this URL, then it will take automatically.
So we have reviewed standalone template folder structure. So next let me create one new application with model based template. Okay.
So the commands are same, ng new, then project name. Additionally, we have to include this flag. That's it. So let me open the command prompt once again. And the command is ng new. The application name, let me give model based. Okay. And additionally, we have to include this flag, no standalone. Again, the style sheet type, we can use the CSS, and server side rendering, not needed. So the file creation in progress. Okay, the application created successfully. So this time we can open in this VS Code using the command. The command is code. Then we have to specify this is the actual directory by using this dot. Okay. Okay, it's showing error. Yeah. Okay, actually we need to choose the exact path of our application. Okay. Okay, this is our actual path. Now I am opening in the VS Code. The command is code. Then we are confirming this is our directory. So now it is opening. See. So our application is new model based.
Now we can review the file and the folder structure of model based template. It's almost similar to our standalone template, but there is some difference. Okay, let me tell you.
So this VS Code is same. This node model also same. And this public, it's having one icon file that also same. I believe we have the public folder. Yeah, it's there. Okay. Again, this angular.json also same. Package hyphen log.json, this package JSON TypeScript configuration files all are same. But once we comes to this source, so in this standalone also we have almost the same structure. Then we can expand this app. So in this app, as usual, we have a component, but this component is not the standalone component. Okay, there is no standalone flag. But if you checked in this standalone template, We can see this is the standalone. Okay. And the next difference is in this model based template, we can see this app.model. Okay. So in this app.model only, we have a provider section and our app component is imported because so this app component is created for the base model app.model. So that's what it is included here. And in this import section, we have this browser model and this app routing model. But if you checked in this standalone side, we have this app.config. So there it's having only the providers. So instead of the model, we have used the provide router. But here it is app routing model. Okay. And then this routing file, we have a app routing model. So in this standalone also, we have a app.routes. Okay. So it is a kind of uh, just a class file. But in this model based template, so this app routing model also defined using this ng model. So here we are importing this route model, for route models, etc. Okay. Other than that, there is no more changes. So the final conclusion is if you are comparing this model based template and standalone template, so the files and folder structure both are almost the same. But if, once we comes to the standalone template, there is no more app.model. So instead of that, we are handling all the configuration things using this app.config.ts. Okay. So anyway, Angular also recommending to use the standalone template. So anyway, in this video also, I am going to use the standalone template only. Okay, we have reviewed the Angular templates. Next, we can move on the Material UI. So the Material UI is a popular library for implementing material design components in web application. So basically, it is the third-party library for the UI support. So they are supporting for different technologies such as React, Vue.js, and Angular. So now let me go to the official link of Material UI. So we can search from the browser Angular Material. So this is the official link material.angular.io and see the latest version is 18.0.6. So here we can see the different types of component that we can use in our UI application. For example, if I'm taking this autocomplete, so they provided the full set of code and explanation and some examples also. So this is the overview. And then API is kind of model, okay. So the thing is, if you are using this autocomplete component, then make sure you have to import this model in our application. So similarly, if you are using two components, then we have to import two models, okay. Anyway, once we started some coding changes, then you will get more. And in this autocomplete also, we can see one of the example. See, and if you want to check the code, just click this one, view code. So here we will get the complete information, what we supposed to use in our HTML side and in the TypeScript side and then CSS file. So we will get the sample code we can use in our application, okay. Okay, this is fine. And before that, if you want to use this all the components in our application, make sure we have to install the Material UI in our application, okay. So let me click this get started. This is the command for installing the Material UI. I'm just using the standalone template only. So currently application in this running mode, I just stopped. Okay. So make sure whenever we are installing any new package, make sure you have to stop our application. Okay. Otherwise we will get some error. So it's saying Angular slash material 18.0.6 will be installed and executed. Then we can give yes. So basically this installation takes some time. Okay. Okay. The package is installed. Next it is asking the theme. So we have a different themes, okay? Azure blue, rose red, and magenta violet, cyan orange, and custom. So I am choosing the default one, blue. So if you want to move the next one by using the cursor, we can move the different templates, okay? But I am choosing the default one, Azure blue. Once I am giving the enter, then it is asking set of global angular material typography styles. We can give yes. and include and enable animation. Yeah, the animation is needed, we can give yes. Okay, the installation is completed. We can see the affected files. Also, we can review from this change files. Okay, see. So in this angular.json side, it's imported one new CSS file. So in the initial review itself, we have seen the style.css only there. So now one more CSS is included. So then this CSS file also will act as the global one. Okay. And in this package hyphen log.json, Angular CDK and Angular material is included. Again in this package also I believe same. Yes. Okay. Next in this index.html side, it's included two style links. Okay. And additionally this mat typography class is included. Next in our global CSS, so defaultly some styles are included. Okay. And finally in our app config side, provide animations asynchronous. This provider is included. These are the changes. Next we can see how to use in our application. So in this app component side, we have some default content. Okay. I'm just removing everything except this router outlet. Router outlet actually needed for the routing implementation. So I'm just having this one. Okay. And adding one default text, Angular 18 tutorial. Okay. Now let me run this application. And in this component point of view, we can take this mat card. Okay. I'm choosing one of the example and the code also available. So the changes we can start from this TS. Okay. So the first thing is we have to import this mat card model. So in our app component side, so in this import section, we have this router outlet. So after that, I'm just importing this mat card model. Okay. So the import is not coming. If it is not coming, then we have to do it manually. It's from Angular material. Okay. Angular material slash card. So in this example, they have included this mat button model also. Actually, this is the separate component. Look like in this HTML side, they may be used this button component also. Okay. So we can see this one. They were used the button. That's why they have included this mat button model. So in our case, it's not needed. I am just copying this one, mat card only. So in our HTML side, I just included, and this button we can remove. Okay. And do we have any other button? Yes. I just saved. See the response now. We have two blocks. So this mat card and it's have the header, title, subtitle, and actions. So in between we can include the mat card content also. Okay. And in this title side, we used to say Angular 18 full course. And the second mat card we can remove. So this is the way we can include any of the material UI components in our Angular application. So the steps are same only. We have a number of components. Once we implementing these CRUD actions, we will include most of the components. Okay. So now we can move on to the next topic, components. So the Angular components are core building blocks of Angular application. Each components in Angular application consists of three main parts. One is TypeScript file. So it contains the logic and data for the component. And the second one is HTML template. This defines the view of the component, which is what get rendered in the browser. And the final one is CSS styles. So these are the styles specific to the components. Okay. So we can see one of the example. From the starting itself, we have seen one default component, that is our app component. Similarly, we can create some new components also. Okay, so let me do that now. For creating any of the component, we can do it from the Angular CLI commands that I already explained. Now, ng generate, then component, and then component name. So let me provide the name is home. Okay, see, it's created 4 files. We can see in this green color, and in these changes also we can see CSS, HTML, and TS file. So if you check here, so in this HTML side we can see one basic text, and in this TS file we can see this selector section. So this selector we can use the different places. Okay, so now if I want render this home component in our app component, then we can use this selector. Just copy this one. So after our mat card, otherwise inside the mat card content we can use this one. Okay, see, so currently I am getting the error. The reason is, so we are using this home component in our app component by using this selector, but it is don't have any reference. Okay, so resolving this issue, we can import this component in our TS side. We have an import section. So here we can include the home component. Okay, once I saved, see the text home works. It is coming from our home component only. Okay, so now again if I'm creating one more component, it will create one more new folder and it will include. So if you want group over all the components in the common folder, so then we have to do slight adjustment in the command itself. ng generate component. So I want to have one common folder, common, and then my component name is about. So if I'm giving like this, actually we don't have any folder like this, then it will create one folder. So inside the folder it will create the component. Okay, okay, see the common folder is created. So inside the common we have about folder. There we can see the same component. Okay, and the next thing is, in this component point of view, we have two different options. One is inline template and another one is inline style. That is very simple. So just assume this scenario. Okay, so in these components it's created 4 files. So we can leave this test file spec.ts. Other than that, we have a CSS, HTML, and a TypeScript. Okay, so just assume the scenario you don't have much changes in our HTML side, then we no need to have the separate file for this HTML. That HTML content also we can include in this TS file itself. Okay, for that scenario we can create our component with inline template. So let me show you. Again, ng generate component, we can use the same folder, and then our component name we can give contact. Okay, inline, then template. Okay, see the component is created. Now we can see the 3 files only. One is spec file, then TS and CS. There is no HTML file. So we can open the component. See this contact. So now if you checked in this TS file, there is a new section that is template. So in this previous components, you can see that is the template URL. Then this HTML is mapped. Okay. Now in this inline template, see, so instead of the template URL, we are having this template. And similarly, we have another option that is inline style. So in this inline style scenario, it will ignore this CSS file. Okay, so we can try now. ng generate component. Again, we can use the same folder common. So we can provide the name as support. Okay, again the command is inline style. Okay, see now It's having the HTML spec and the TS file. There is no CSS. And if you checked in this TS side, we have a one section is styles. Okay. So in this normal template, we will have the style URL. So then we mapped our CSS file. So in this scenario, we have just a style only. Okay. So okay, this is the only difference. So based on our requirement, we can create the different types of components. And you may have a questions, can we create the component with the inline style and inline template? Definitely yes, we can create. So let me try that also. Okay, ng generate component. We can use the same folder and providing the name is test inline template inline style. So we can execute now. See, now it is created two files. One is spec file and another one is the TS file. See now. So instead of the template URL, we have this template. Similarly, for the style URL, we have a styles. Okay. Okay, this is also done, and our component is defaultly standalone. Okay, this one also completed fine. Okay, let me remove this test. Okay, it's actually not needed. But other components, I have some that process. Okay, fine. And the next topic is interpolation. Interpolation is a special syntax that allows you to embedded expression within your HTML template. It is a way to dynamically insert values and display them in the view, and the syntax is double curly braces. So simply it is a kind of data binding. Let me show you. We can go to our app component. We just binded this Angular 18. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just declaring one variable. So already we have this title, and in this title I'm providing Angular 18 tutorial. Okay. Next, in our HTML side, instead of directly binding, we can use the double curly braces. Okay. So in this double curly braces, we can use this title. So so it is coming. So similarly, for this subtitle, we can create one more variable, Angular for beginners, and I'm just copying the same syntax with variable. Here I'm providing subtitle. Okay. Oh, subtitle. Okay, there is some spelling mistake. So let me save this one. See now. So using this interpolation concept, we can bind the data in the dynamic manner. So anyway, we will see more examples using this interpolation in the upcoming topics. So we can move on to the next topic. So the next topic is pipes. They are simple functions that can be used to format, transform, and display the data in Angular application. So we have a different types of pipes. I have provided some of the pipes name here. A date pipe, it's used for formatting the date values, and then uppercase, lowercase, currency pipe, decimal, percentage, and JSON pipe. So we can try some of the examples. First, let me taking this uppercase pipe, okay, and the pipe symbol is this straight line, and then we are using the pipe uppercase. Okay, we are getting the error. So the reason is we have to import the common model here. Then only we can use the common functions. Common model. See now the issue got resolved. See the complete text is changed into uppercase. So in the next line we can use the lowercase. Again, the syntax is same. So instead of the upper, we can change this into lower. So now, okay. And the next pipe is date pipe. So I'm just declaring one variable here. It's not a data, it's a date. And now if I'm binding this value in our HTML side, I'm using one span tag. See the response now. It is coming like this, okay. So now I'm just applying this date pipe. See, it is formatted July 7, 24. Then we have to pass the parameters to our pipe, and the parameter syntax is like this. We can give the value is full date. See the response now. So let me move it here in this content side. So if I'm providing, see, it's formatted. In case if I'm giving like this, see, however you are changing the format accordingly, our data will be formatted. And the next one is currency pipe. I'm declaring one more variable, okay, 1000. Okay, next we can copy once again. Here I'm binding this salary, and the pipe I'm using currency. We can move this into next line. See, 1000, and defaultly it's included this dollar symbol. Okay, now I want to bind the Indian currency. Okay, INR. See the currency symbol. Similarly for the Europe, the symbol is changed. So this is the way our currency pipe is working. Next, for the decimal pipe, the pipe name is number. Okay, and initially I am not provided any parameter. See, so now I am passing the parameters how our decimal value should be. See, it's provided the double digit. So in case if I am provided 3, maybe if I'm giving the big numbers, and the next one is percentage pipe. We are copied the same value, and then we have to specify the pipe name percentage. See, and the next one is JSON pipe. We can have one more section, and declaring one variable. This is kind of object. Okay, name I am providing empty. Now I am trying to bind this value. I mean, I am just displaying it here without any pipe. Then it is saying as the object only. So now let me include the pipe JSON. See the response now. So now we have covered all the pipes. So similarly, we can create our custom pipes also. So let me do that now. So we can create our pipes using the commands itself, ng generate, and the pipe short form is P. So we can create inside the folder of custom, and I'm providing the name is reverse. Okay, the pipe is created. So here we can see some syntax and the name is reverse, and it is implementing pipe transform. So here we can have one small function that is transform. Here the data type is unknown. We can change this into string. Okay, another one is, and here also we can change this into any, and the return type also we can change this into string. So from this function we are just returning whatever value is coming. We are returning the same value, but we are including some logics. Okay, reverse, and finally we are joining with the same splitter value. So the concept is very simple. Whatever value is coming, we are splitting with this value, and then we are applying this reverse. Again we are joining. Okay, so this is our one of the custom pipe. So now we can see how to use in our component side. So next in the component side, I'm going to use the same span tag once again. So this time let me take this title. Okay, and applying the pipe, that is reverse. Now if I'm saved, I believe we will get the error because this is the unknown pipe. So in our TS side we have to import this pipe, then only we can use reverse pipe. See the response now. We provided the input is Angular 18 tutorial. See the response. We got the reverse value. So in case if I'm using this subtitle, see Angular, if you read from here, Angular for beginners. Okay. So now you got the idea how to create the custom pipes and how to use the existing pipes in our Angular application. We can move on to the next topic, property binding. So this property binding is a technique for setting property values dynamically. So using this logic, we can bind any of the property value. For example, if you take the input controls, we can set the values and we can make it disabled. So similarly for the checkbox, we can change the property of checked and also the disabled. So let me show some examples. Okay. First of all, in this TS side, let me declare one more variable. So I would say is disabled, and default I'm giving the value is true. Next in our HTML side, checkbox control. Here let me use the properties disabled. Okay. And then we can use the syntax for property binding, that is square bracket. Next we have to set the values. Okay. So now it is disabled. So the same time, if I changed this into false, you know, it is unchecked. Okay. So similarly, I'm going to use one input control also. So here we can bind the value property. We can use the same one. Okay, see now there is the text box was there and the same value only binded here. Okay, so similarly for this checkbox, so instead of disabled, so let me use the checked. Okay, so now it is unchecked. So once I'm changed this into true, see it is checked. So now we are clear about the property binding. At the same time, you may have the question, what is the difference between this interpolation and property binding? Because using the interpolation also, we are just binding the text. Okay. So now using this property binding also, we can do the same thing. Then what is the difference between each item? So the difference is So whenever you are binding any values using the interpolation, it will consider as the just a string only, okay? But if you use the property, then it will consider the exact data type. For example, in this checked property, it will accept only true or false, okay? But if you are binding using the interpolation, it will give the value as true, then it will consider as the string only, true as the string value. So that way only it will consider if you go with an interpolation. So maybe we can try that also. So currently we have one checkbox, okay. So what I am going to do, I am including one more thing and removed this property binding syntax. So instead of that, I will use the interpolation syntax. See the response now. Now both are checked, okay. But if I'm changed this into false, see. So the first one is unchecked, okay, because we were used the property binding. The second one, still it's in the check state only. See. So the reason is it is considered as the string only. So whatever value is coming, then it will automatically considering as the true. So that's what we are able to see. This one is checked. But if you are binding some of the value, so like in the text box, we are just displaying, right? So in this scenario, the interpolation also fine. So maybe if I'm taking the same thing and I added here and removing this property binding, see, see this checkbox point of view, there is no more change. So the final conclusion is if you want just to display some text, we can go with an interpolation and there we can use the formatting also using the pipes. At the same time, if you are binding any of the properties, then we should go with an property binding. That's it. Okay.
We can move on to the next topic.
Two-way binding. So before going to the two-way binding, we can finish this event binding. Okay. So this event binding allows you to listen and respond even triggered by the user interaction such as clicks, keystrokes, mouse even, etc. So let me try one example. It's simply handling the events, okay. So in our app component, so let me have one button control, okay. Click here and I am writing one function also. The syntax should be like this. From this function, I'm going to change this title, okay. So let me take the same text Angular 18, additionally including this full, okay. The function is ready and our button also ready. So the next thing is we have to bind this function in our button click. Then the syntax should be, then we have to specify the event. Let me use this click event, okay. And then we have to use this function. So let me save this one. Now let me try. Once I clicked, see the text is changed. Okay, this is fine. So next what I'm going to do, so whatever value I'm entering in this text box, the same value I'm going to display it here, okay. So in this scenario, let me remove this one, this property,
And just creating one more function. Update title. Okay. Okay, here I just provided one parameter also. So next in the HTML side, we can bind the event key here. Okay. And this is our function name. Next in this, and from the function side, we can assign the values into our title variable. event.target.value. So let me try now. So currently it is Angular 18 tutorial. So now I am just changing this into test. See, whatever value I am typing, it's coming in the top. If I give Angular 18 plus, see, it is binding. So the idea is very simple. In this input control, we binded one of the function in this key up event, and then we are passing whatever value we entered in this text box. Finally, based on the parameter value, we are just changing this title. Okay. So this is all about the event binding. So as of now, we just seen two event. So similarly, we can bind any of the event, and also we can pass n number of parameters. And the next thing is we can see this two-way binding. Okay. So the two-way binding allows us for the synchronization of data between model and view. So this is particularly useful for forms and input controls. The two-way binding is achieved using this syntax ng model. Okay. And also we can say this is the combination of property and event binding. So let me show you now. So in this existing application, we can use the same input control. Okay. First of all, I am just commanding this one and then creating one duplicate control. Okay. And the next thing is we can use this property binding and removing this function. So in this property binding, we can use this title. That's it. Okay. And a very important thing is if you are using ng model, make sure you have to import the form model. So since we are using this standalone component, so in this component section, we have an import option. There we are supposed to import this form model. It belongs to this Angular forms. And other things are fine only. So now we can try this one, okay? So the default value, Angular 18 tutorial, it's showing automatically. So now once I'm trying to change this value, test, see. So whatever value I'm changed in this text box, it is automatically reflected in our UI side also. But there is no more function. We just used this two-way binding syntax, okay? Similarly, I'm going to change the value of this title, okay? From the other function. The expectation is it will automatically reflect in our UI. By clicking this button, I'm changing this value, okay? See, the value is automatically reflected. So the idea is very simple. Whenever I am making changes in this UI, it will reflect in our model. That means it's automatically reflected in our variable title. So similarly, if any changes in this model value, then it will reflect in our UI side. So we can move on to the next topic, Angular model. Angular model is a place where you can group the components, directives, pipes, and services which are related to the application. So this is applicable only for the model-based templates. Since we are moving to the standalone template, there is no much important for this model. Okay. So anyway, let me explain this model using the model-based template. So we already created one application that I just opened. So we have one default model. Okay. So every model defined using this ng model directive, and it's having three important sections. The first one is declaration and imports and provider section. Okay. So if you want use any of the additional model in this existing one, then we have to import in this import section. Okay. So similarly, if you are creating one of the component for this specific model, then we have to include in this declaration section. So defaultly, we have only one component, that is our app component. It's already included in our declaration. So now if I'm creating one more new component, that also included for this app.model. And one more thing, so in this application, we can create n number of models. For those models, we can have the separate components also. Okay. So let me show you. First, I'm just creating one component. Okay. We can have the name is home. So the command we already discussed, ng generate component. See the changes. So it's created 4 new files and it is updated our app.models. We can see the change. See, so in this declaration side, it's included our new component. Okay. So next what I'm going to do, let me create one new model. Ng generate model short form is M and the name we can give as admin. See now the new model is created. We have a folder admin. So inside that it is created one model. So if you check to here, we can see this ng model directive and it's having this declaration section and imports. So if you need to include any providers also, we can include. Okay. And next we can create one new component for the newly created model. Ng generate component. Since I am creating component for this admin, then I have to specify this admin. Then our component name, dashboard. The component name is dashboard. Okay, it's created. See, it's created 4 new files. Then it is affected our admin.model only. See now in our admin folder, it's having one dashboard folder. That is our newly created component. And also we can see in our admin.model, it's imported. Okay. So next we can see how it is working. Let me run this application. I think the old application also running. Okay. I'm just stopped this one and running our model based application. Okay. Okay, application in running mode. So we not modified anything. That's what we are seeing this default template. So next in this HTML side, I removed everything. Okay. Then we are seeing this blank screen. And the next thing is, let me copy this selector and I'm going to use in our app component. See now we are getting this error. It's saying app dashboard is not a known element and it's saying some scenarios. App dashboard is an Angular component. Then verify that is part of this model. Okay. So our default model is app.model only. We created this component for the newly created model. Okay. So now solving this issue, we have 2 options. Okay. One is we can import this dashboard component also in our app.model component. Okay. So then there is no point of creating this model. So in this case, what we can do from our admin.model, we can export this component. Okay. I'm just including export option. From the export option, we can use this same dashboard component. And then in our app.model, in this import section, we can use this admin model. That's it. And see now there is no error. See, this dashboard is working fine. So as for our current scenario, we have used this component in our app component directly. So that's why we have imported. In case if you are using through the routing, then it is not needed. Okay. So we can move on to the next topic. So the next topic is Angular routing. Angular routing is a mechanism that allows you to navigate between different views or pages in Angular single page application without reloading the entire page. So in simple words, it's handling the menu navigation. Okay. So let me explain from our code. For doing this explanation, I'm using the standalone template only. We can close this model based template. Okay. For doing the routing, we have a file that is app.routes. Okay. So this is also one of the TS file. And here we need to map our components. First, we can map our home component. Okay. For doing this mapping, we have to use this path. For the default one, the path value I just provided as empty and then component. For this component, I'm just using this home component. Okay. So similarly, we can map the other components also. Then path for the second one is we can use about. Okay. And the component we can use this about component. And then we can use the contact. Look like our standalone application not in the running mode. So let me start then. See, we have some content. So after that, we are able to see one text that is homeworks. So this text is coming from our home component only, okay? And in this URL pattern, we just provided our default one is home component. That's what it is coming like this. Maybe if I'm changed this into about component, then see the default text about works only. Okay. So let me revert this one. And in this URL, if I provide about, see the about works is coming. And the other content, like we are seeing this one, right? It's actually directly coming from our app component. So since we are discussing about the routing side, I want to convey two more important information. So currently we just seen how to map our components with the path in the routing files, okay? And we have two more important properties in this routing side. The first one is router outlet. Okay, this is very important one. Actually, this will act as the placeholder for our routed components. For example, so currently I just entered the URL as about. Okay, so then this path we already mapped in our app.routes file within this app component. Okay, and in our app component we have some content. So currently it is a default text about works. Maybe we can include more content in this area. Okay.
Finally, we need one placeholder for project this content.
So that's what a router outlet comes to the place. So next what I'm going to do, whatever code change we have included in our app.component, let me move everything into our home component. Okay. So otherwise it will display in all the pages. I just pasted, I believe we will get some error. The reason is we just moved the HTML side changes only. Similarly, we have to move this TS file changes also. Okay. And then this import section. See, we have imported this much items. So let me cut everything. And if you are not using, then we're supposed to remove everything. Okay, here also it's not needed. Finally, in our home component, in this import section, I just included everything. And if it is not coming, then we have to include it manually. This home component is not needed. And then reverse type, it's imported now. Similarly for this form model, okay, this one also not coming. Then let me import everything. We already did the step in our app component. Again, I'm just repeating only, okay. So the first one is for Angular material, and the component is card. Then our model is mat card model. Okay. The next one is common model. Okay. And the final one is we are getting the suggestion. Add import from Angular Forms. That's it. Okay. Now look like the issue got resolved. See now, so in this about page, nothing is showing. So in case if you are moving this into home page, okay, page is continuously rotating. Okay, so the reason is from this home component itself, we have included the home component once again. Okay, now it is fine, right? So similarly, if I am providing the URL as contact, then also it will work. So now we manually entered the URLs and based on the URLs, so our routing is working fine. So the next thing is what we can do. Let me include some menus and see how the navigation is happening through our menu click. Okay. So what I'm going to do from our app component. So let me include some menu link. Right now I am just having one anchor tag only. So the first one is home and the second one is about and the final one is contact. Okay. And then we will have one more important property, that is router link. Okay. And so if you are using this router link, then make sure we have to import it here. After this router outlet, router link. Okay. So similarly, let me include this router link for other two more links. About and contact. See. So if I'm clicking this home, see now it is changed into home. So if I'm clicking this about. So similarly, if I'm clicking this contact, it is changed. So now our core concept routing is working fine, but this menu is not looking good. Okay. So what we can do using the material UI components, we can make our menu in the perfect way. So let me parallelly open our material UI, Angular material, and in this component, here we can use the toolbar component. Okay. So then let me use this one. Okay. We can copy the existing code. So let me paste it here, and here we can see this mat toolbar, then this button and mat icon. We have different components, so then we have to import everything one by one. So that is mat toolbar model. So similarly we have used this mat button and icon also. So let me copy both, and I just included. Okay, by using this quick fix option we can import everything. Okay, there is no UI issue. Okay, see the design, it should be like this, and adding this color property, and the value I just provided primary. Okay, see now, okay, the color is not reflected. So let me check, the spelling is fine only, and in this style CSS, okay, so the theme is Azure Blue Dot CSS. So we need to change the theme. Okay, so let me check, then we can use this indigo pink. So here I just changed indigo pink, and let me rerun our application. Okay, so now let me see now. See, so we have a default menu. Okay, so then let me include the links here. Let me go back to our component, I mean our app component. So here after this my app, we can include this button. Okay, and added the directive is mat button. Okay, since we are using this mat button, then we need to import this mat button model. Okay, anyway, it's done. And providing the name as home. See, now it is showing this home, right? So similarly, we can include the other two menus also. And before that, let me include this router link also. Contact. See now, our menus are coming fine. So now these anchor tags are not needed. So let me remove everything. So now we have the decent menus, right? And also we can move this complete section into right side and changing this application name into Angular 18 and just adding one class also. Okay, and we can move this menu section into the right side. So the change point of view, let me modify this class. I just imported here and adding the flex property. So let me have this in our style.css also. See now, this menu section is moved. So similarly, what we can do, let me paste this section before our menu links. Okay, so now it is looks fine. So anyway, we can back to our actual concept, that is routing. So we did the basic routing only, okay. So next we can see how to pass the parameters in this routing side. So we can move on the defining section.
So in this about side, I am going to pass one parameter. So the parameter name, let me provide ID. Okay. So we can save this one and we can check now. So currently if I'm clicked this about, so nothing is loaded and the URL also not changed. So the reason is we just defined our route with an parameter only. Okay. Since we are not passed any parameter, it will show the error only. So that error information we can see in this console side. It's saying cannot match with any of the route segment. Okay. So in this scenario, if you want to use this about URL at the same time you want to pass the parameter also, then we have to define one more route. So let me do that now. See, we have used the same component, but we mapped with a different route. So let me try now. So now if I'm clicked this about, it is working. So similarly, if I'm passing any parameter also, maybe if I'm give 02, so it will work. There is no error. So the next thing is we can see how to access this parameter in our component side. So our component is about only. So in the TS side, first let me create one constructor. So in this constructor, we can inject the activated route, and then I am implementing one hook. So the hook topic also we not yet covered. It is a kind of life cycle events. So I'm just implementing this ng on in hook. So anyway, I will cover once our routing concept is completed and implementing this interface on it. So this on int hook will be executed in the initial load of our application, and then let me declare one variable. We can give the name is route value and data type, since we don't know, let me provide any. Okay, and in this ng on in hook we can assign the values to this variable. Since the value available in this activated route, we have some codes for getting this value. This dot route snapshot parameters map get. Here we need to provide the route parameter name. So in our case, we defined as just ID. Okay, so let me use them. And whatever value is coming, that we can include in this console side. This dot route value. So let me check in the console side. So we got this value. Okay, so since we not defined any data type, let me pass carrier. So we got the same value. So in case if I am not passing any parameter, I believe we will get as null. Okay, so we got the null value. So currently we just passed one parameter. The same way we can pass the multiple parameter also. So we can try that now. First of all, in this routing side, already we have this ID. So before that, I am passing the sub menu. Okay. So next in our component side, I mean our app component side. So I'm declaring one more variable, sub menu, and we can assign the values to our sub menu also. We have to provide the same value sub menu. That's it. Now in this console, we can include this sub menu also. See, initially we are in this about page, and then I'm passing carrier slash 00. See, we got the both values. Location. See. So now we are able to get all the values. So now we covered how to pass the parameters and also how to access from our components. And the next thing is child routes. For doing this child routing, let me create two more components. ng generate component, and the folder is common. The component name is customer. So similarly, let me create one more component. Just to add. So now we can define our routing. So let me copy this one. So instead of the contact, we can give customer, and the component is customer component. This is the direct routing. Next, I am including the child routing for this customer. Okay, we have a children option. So here we can define our child routes. The syntax and the concepts are same only. Again, we have to provide the path. Just add, then component. So in this component side, I'm using this add component. Okay. So similarly, let me define what. Again, the path is edit. So in this edit time, we can pass some parameters, that is ID, and we can use the same component. So next we can see how it will work in our application side. So in this URL point of view, so if I'm giving customer, it will works like this. So the text is coming from our customer component. So next in this child routing, add. See now again the text is same only, customer works. So again our parent component only rendered, but on our child component not yet rendered. Okay, the reason is, so if you have this parent and child routing concept, make sure we should have our router outlet in the place of parent component. So in our scenario we have not included. Let me include that. So in this scenario, this customer is the parent component. Then I am using router outlet. Okay. And if you are using this router outlet, make sure we have to import here. So now there is no error, I believe. See now, this is coming. So similarly, if I'm using edit, so again the same text is coming. So because we have mapped the same component. Okay. Okay, this is the way our child routing is working. So anyway, once we covered our CRUD actions, you will get more idea. So the next thing is, so the same routing side, if none of the routes are matching, so currently we are getting one error only. Okay, so see now, so we are in the about page. So in case if I'm providing some wrong URL, see we are getting this error, cannot match any routes, the URL segment about one. So in this case, we can redirect to the 401 page, the page not found. For doing this one, let me create one more new component. So the component is created. Next in our routing side, first of all path, the path value double star, and the component should be our status component. So in the status component, let me include some text. And in our routing side, so we can try now. So currently we are in the home page. So if I click this about, it is working. So in case if I am providing this wrong URL, simply redirected into our 401 page. Okay. So now we covered most of the topics in this routing side. So if I go to the routing side, first we have done some basic routing, then we have passed some parameters, and then we have passed more than one parameters. So similarly we have accessed whatever parameters we have passed, and then we did the child routing, and finally 401 page redirection. So additionally we have some more items that I will cover once we explaining the real-time examples. So now we can move on to the next topic. Angular cards. Angular cards are used to control the navigation and access to certain routes in Angular application. So the concept is very simple. So in the routing side, we just handled the navigation. Okay. So using these Angular cards, we are just restricting the menu navigation. So the real-time use case, I would say authentication. The concept is very simple. If any unauthorized user accessing one of the menu, then we should block, right? The same concept we can implement using these Angular cards. It's having several interfaces. By implementing these interfaces, we can achieve these functionalities. So the first one is can activate, then can activate child, can deactivate, resolve, and can load. So here the can activate interface is mostly used interface. Okay.
Okay, let me start the implementation. First, we can create one card using the command. So the command is ng generate, then card. We can create in the folder of card only. Okay, and the name, let me provide as auth. Application short form, I just used auth. Okay. Okay, see now, it's asking which type of card would you like to create, and we have some options also. So using the space, we can select, and if you clicking this A, it will select all, and this I symbol, it's used for revert the selection, and the enter is for proceed. So let me choose this can activate only. Okay, so once I click enter, so it's created one new card file, and it's having one spec file also. So we all know the spec file is for the unit testing. So let me go to our card. Okay, see in our auth card, now it is acting as the function. It's having two parameters, one is state and the route, and it's defaultly returning as true magics. So before that, let me show you how it is working in our routing side. So let me go to the routing file once again, not this one, app.routes. Okay, so in this routes, let me choose this customer. For this customer, we have included this path and then component. Additionally, we have the children also. So in between, let me include activate. So here also we have several options: can activate child, can match, and can deactivate. So in our scenario, I just using this can activate, and then we have to specify our card here, auth card. Okay. So now let me check then. If we not included for customer, so let me include them. So in this app component, I'm including one more link, customer. This is for customer. Okay. So now if I'm clicking this link, it is simply redirected into our customer page. So next what I'm going to do, so in our auth card, so instead of true, I am just returning as false. So now if I'm clicking this customer, it won't redirect. So even though if I'm entering the URL also, it won't work. It's simply redirected into our home page. So in case if you want redirect to some specific pages, so that logic also we can do it from here. So in this parameter itself, we have this route and state, right? So this is nothing but, we can check from the definition itself. So this route is nothing but activated route snapshot, and another one is router state snapshot. Okay. So using this, actually we can get the current menu information, route.url. So if I am including this into console, customer, then I will get this segment. So here we can see this path and also the parameters. So from here, from this URL, we will get the path. So now we can try now. So again, if I'm clicked, say I'm getting this customer. Similarly, if I'm clicking this contact, it's nothing showing here. Also, it is redirected into the actual menu. Okay, so the reason is we just included this auth card for one of the menu. We just included for this customer only. So the same card I can include for other menus also. Okay, then I completely included. So now if I'm trying, so currently I'm in the home page option. So if I'm clicking this about, we are in this about. Then contact, contact, and customer. So here I am just writing on logic. So in this card section, we know what is the current menu. Here I am just checking if the menu is customer. So then you are saying you don't have, and also I'm just returning false. For other menus, I'm just returning true. Okay, so now we can see, okay, we are getting some error. Okay, so the home page we are getting the error because the path length is 0. So maybe we can check that also. More than 0 only we are doing this drill. This scenario also we can defaultly return as true, otherwise we will get the error. Okay, see now the error also got resolved. So now if I'm clicking this about, it's simply redirected, it's not blocking. And if it is customer, if it is contact, it is allowing. But at the same time, if you're clicking this contact only, I mean customer only, we are getting this alert message. So in case if I'm in this about page, now if I'm clicking this customer, see we are in the same page. So even though if I'm directly changing URL also, it won't redirect. It will simply redirect into our home page. And if required, we can write one more scenario. Okay. So whenever if you are coming to the customer, we are saying you don't have access. At the same time, if I want redirect to the about, that logic also we can write here. For the navigation, we need a router. So let me inject them. Using this inject option, we can do that. If it is common and min, we can have the constructor since it is a kind of function. So that's what we are injecting like this, okay? And here, router dot. Here actually we have two options. One is just navigate and another one is navigate by URL. So if you provide navigate, then we have to provide the path, okay, about. So you know, if I'm clicking this customer, it's saying you don't have access. Once I clicked, it is navigated to our about page. So similarly, so we can use the URL also. So let me copy the same one and just to duplicate it and commanding this one. So instead of the navigate, I am using this navigate by URL. Okay. So in this case, we can just to provide this URL. So the functionality point of view, it will work in the same way. See. So the real-time case, as I mentioned, by implementing the authentication, we can use this one. So anyway, I will cover everything in the end of the video.
Okay, now we covered this can activate interface. Next we can move on this can activate child. So let me create one more card. So the command is ng generate and card short form is G. We are using the same folder and providing card name is child auth. Okay, here it is defaultly selected this can activate. Okay, so now if I'm giving enter, see it is created the card. So if I'm checked here, it is implemented can activate child function. Okay, so in this previous one we are able to see this can activate function. Now it is can activate child function. Here also the concept is the same. So default it is returning true. Okay, and in this area we can write our own logics. Based on that we can return our response in true or false. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, let me mark this into false. Okay, then we can use in our routing side. So I'm just using for this customer only. Okay, so already we have included can activate. Now I am including this can activate child. The syntax are same only. Here we need to specify our card child auth card. Okay, okay, now we can verify this from the UI side. So if I go to the customer, it's saying you don't have access. That we can command change it to about. Okay, so now if I'm clicking this customer, I am able to navigate. So here I'm going to have two links. You can include mat button directory. Since you are using this mat button, then we have to import the model. One is add, another one is edit, and here we can use the router link and saying add. For the next one, edit and passing one key value. So the route we already defined. Let me show you. See this one only. Customer slash add, then customer slash edit, and we are passing this ID. Since we are doing in this parent component only, we not specified the parent route. That's it. This is fine. So the next thing is we have to import this router link also. Okay. So in this import section, router link. So now we can see the expected behavior initially. Let me mark this into true, the default one. So now if I'm clicking this add, see, oh, we need to specify the full URL. Okay, so now if I'm clicking this add, see, we got this add works. So similarly, if I'm clicking this edit, see the URL is changed, and in this bottom we are getting the same text only. But the one thing we can note, the URL is changing whenever I'm clicking. Okay. So next we can modify our card. So here I am just changing this into false. Okay. So now if I'm trying, so currently I'm in this customer page. So if I'm clicking, nothing will happen. See the URL is not changed. So the reason is this child card is simply blocking. So as usual, we can write our logics here. Based on our logics, we can return true or false. Okay. So the final conclusion is if you are using can activate, then it will be applicable for the particular route only. So if you are using this child route, it can be applied for all the child routes. Okay. So in this example, I just added two child routes in case if I'm including. So if I have more than two or more than 10 also, so this will be applied for all child routes. Okay. And again, if you want apply restriction for the individual menus, so then we can use the can activate for this child routes also individually. That syntax should be like this. Again, this can activate. We can specify this shortcut. Okay, it will work. But the thing is, if you are completely blocking all the child routes, then we can go with this can activate child route. Okay. So let me save then. Okay, we finished with this can activate child. Let me move on this can deactivate. So as usual, let me create one new card. So the name we can say auth and adding D for deactivation. Okay. We choose to this can deactivate interface. So once I clicked enter, again it's created one new card. See. So this is implemented this can deactivate interface. So additionally it's having lot of new parameters. The one is component, current route, current state, and in next state. So we can see what is that component. Current route is nothing but activated route snapshot. The current state is nothing but router state snapshot. Both are router state snapshot only. First, let me tell you what is the use of this deactivate card. So let me go back to the slide. Okay. This can activate interface will restrict before reaching the destination. Okay. And this can deactivate card, it is restricting from the destination. Just to consider one example. My destination is home page. Okay. Currently I am in this login page. So the thing is, from our card, I have a logic. Once I logged in only, I am able to access this home page. Okay. So that means if I am not logged in, I got restricted from this login page only. So the idea is very simple. Before reaching this destination, I got blocked from this login component itself. So that's what we are using this can activate. So the same logic is applied for this one, this can activate child. The only difference is it's simply blocking the child routes only. But this deactivate interface, already I reached this home component. Okay. So next I can navigate into any of the route. Okay. So in this scenario, I got restricted to stay on the same route then we can use this can deactivate interface. So the real-time use case, so you are in one of the page doing something, okay, maybe you are in the form screen and it's having around more than 10 to 30 fields. You almost completed 10 fields, again 20 fields are pending. So now if you navigate it to different pages, so whatever fields you already entered the value, that also going to be lost. So in this scenario, if user trying to navigate some other pages, you can give one pop-up like you whatever data already you have entered, that going to be lost if you are moving to different pages. Then user will decide if they want they will stay, otherwise they will move. So in that scenarios we can use this can deactivate. Okay. So anyway, let me implement, then you will get better idea. For doing this implementation, let me take this customer. Here I am including one input control, and here I am using the two-way binding user input. So let me define this variable. So initially I just give one empty value only, okay. So since we are using two-way binding, then make sure we have to import the form model. Next, writing one function can navigate. Okay. Here I am just checking if user input not empty, then I am providing one confirmation box. Okay. If you navigating the data going to last, do you want continue? If yes, we can return true. So otherwise, the return false. Okay. And similarly, if it is don't have any data also, then we are saying it is true. Right? So next in our card, here we need to specify our component. Okay. Our component is customer component. Next I am simply doing one logic. Component dot can navigate. That's it. Okay, this is fine. And finally, we have to map in our routing side. So already we have included this can activate and can activate child. The same way we can include our can deactivate also. So the syntax are same only, or decard. Okay. So now we can try. So currently I'm in the customer page. Now I am able to navigate any of the menus. Okay. So now if I'm entering some value, test. So in this scenario, if I'm redirect into other page, so it will ask. So if you're navigating your data going to last, do you want to continue? If I click cancel, I will stay the same screen. So if I'm clicking OK, then I just redirected into the next page. Obviously our data got lost. That's it. So in this scenario, we can use our deactivate. Okay, now we finished this can deactivate. The final one is actually can match. Okay. So this one also almost similar to our can activate. I will cover little later. So we can move on to the next topic, lazy loading. So the lazy loading concept is very simple. So any component or models or files we have to load when it is really needed. So that is lazy loading. So using this lazy loading concept, we can improve our application performance. Okay. So basically, if you're running our application, it will load all the components in the single shot. Okay. So then the initial load may take some time. So if you used the lazy loading for our component, then the particular component will be loaded when it is really needed. For example, so we have used certain components, right, for home, about, contact, and customer. So the initial load itself, all the components are loaded. See, currently I'm in the home page only. I'm just refreshed. So, but if you are checking in the source side, we can see all the cards, the components, everything will be loaded, the initial stage itself. So now, so let me apply lazy loading for this contact. So then this contact will be not part of the initial load. It will be loaded when I'm clicking this contact menu. So that we can do in our routing side itself. I just removed this component. So instead of the component, we can use the load component, and the syntax should be like this. So here we just importing, and we need to specify our component path. So as I mentioned, I'm going to use the contact only, and this contact component. Okay, then so instead of directly using this component, we have used using this load component. So now we can try. So I'm just refreshing this application. So now if you checked in this common folder, we can see this about add customer and status. The contact is not available because the initial load it's not loaded. So now if I'm clicking this contact, so the contact is coming. Okay, so now we just applied for this component. So if you are using this model based template, we can apply for a complete model. Then, so whatever components is depending on the particular model, that all the components will be loaded at the same time once we are entering to the particular model. Okay, so before moving to the next topics, we can finish the Angular hooks. So the Angular hooks are set of lifecycle events. So if you want to perform some custom functionality in the some key moments, so then we can use these Angular hooks. We have around 7 hooks. Ng on changes. Okay. So this is the first hook will be executed. It will be useful whenever one or more data bound input properties changed. So let me include here in our component side. So let me take this contact component. Okay. By implementing any of the hooks, it's a kind of interface. Then we have to implement only. We have to use this implement keyword. Then we need to specify our hook. So the first one, as I mentioned, on change. So the all hooks are available in our Angular core. Okay. So here we can include some console.log. Then only we know when it is exactly executing. Ng on changes. Okay. And the next hook is ng on init. So this hook will be executed after our ng on changes, and it will perform the initialization of our components and also fetching the data. So let me implement this ng on in hook also. On init. Then we have to implement. So let me include the console also. Okay. And the third one is ng do check. So this hook called during our change detection run immediately after our ng on changes and ng on int. So let me implement that also. So it's not mandatory to implement everything. So if you really require those hooks, then only we have to use. Only disadvantage if you are using this do check, it will reduce the application performance, okay, because it will be executed for every change detection. And the next one is ng after content int. So this will be called once after Angular projects external content into our components view. So let me implement this one also after content int. So we can move on to the next one. The next hook is ng after content checked, and it will be handled any changes to our projected content. So let me implement this one also after content checked. And the fifth one is ng after event. So this will be called once after the components view and it is child views have been initialized. Okay. And the final one is ng after view checked. It's similar to our after content initialization and content checked. Similarly, we have this after view event and after view checked. So this will be called after every check of the components view and child views, and it will handle any updates to the view. So then we can implement these two hooks also after we went. Okay, we have done. So let me see the output. So if I'm checked in this console, see the order ng on changes executed first. It's not captured in the log. Then this ng on int, then ng do check, then ng after content int, then ng after view check, then ng after view int. The final one is ng after content checked. So in this order, our hooks will be executed. So based on our requirement, we have to write our function in the specific hook. So we can move on to the next topic, directives. And directives are fundamental building block of Angular application. So in simple words, using these directives, we can change the behavior and the structure of the DOM, and the use point of view, we can create the reusable contents. In order to, we can reduce the codes, and obviously it will improve our application performance. So in Angular, we have three different types of directives. Okay, the first one is component directive. It's nothing but our component. We can create our own components so that we can reuse in the different places. And the second one is attribute directives. These directives can change the appearance or behavior of the existing DOM element. For example, ng class, ng styles, these are the examples. So let me try some examples. So first we can try with ng class. So let me define one class. So we can use this component itself, okay. I'm defining one class active, green. So inactive, I would say red. Now in this HTML side, let me have one div, and here I added some text, attribute directive, that's it. Then, so here I'm going to use the class. So basically we will use this class attribute. So whatever class is needed, we will include. This is the normal thing in the HTML point of view. So we can see this content. So in case if I'm changing this class inactivate, then we can see this red color. Okay. So now instead of using this class attribute, we are going to use ng class directive. So the syntax is ng class and this C should be caps, and then we have to include the rectangular braces,
So in this real-time scenario, so if you are binding any classes in the dynamic manner, then we can use these ng classes, okay? So then obviously we will get our value from the TS file. So let me declare one variable here, just a class. And defaultly I'm just providing active. So this data maybe we'll get from the API. So let me directly use it here. See the response. So now it is active. So in case if I'm changing this into inactive, okay, it's working fine. So similarly, we can apply some conditions also. So what I'm going to do, let me use this is disabled property. Here I'm just removing this one. Instead of that, adding curly braces and adding the class is active if it is disabled. Okay. So now it's not showing anything. So what I'm going to do, let me include one more section. So now I'm changing this into inactive if it is not disabled. Okay. See now it is in the red color because so the disabled value is false. Okay. So now if I'm changing this into true, see now it is changed into green color because the class is reverted into active. Okay. So this is the way we can bind any of the classes dynamic manner using this ng class directive. So the same way we can use for the styles. So the syntax is ng style. Okay. So using this ng style directive, we can set the inline style in the dynamic manner. Let me define some variables. One is color. I am giving the value as yellow. Okay. And similarly, for the font, I'm saying 24. Okay. So now let me bind these two values in our HTML side. Here the syntax is we have to use these braces and then we need to specify the properties. So the first one is let me provide color, then we have to provide this value. Okay. So similarly the next one is font size and we need to specify this value. Okay. Now see the response. It's in the yellow color and the size also 24. So maybe we can check. So if I'm changing this into 34, we can see the difference. The yellow is set to look like the font size is not updated. So then let me verify. Okay, look like it is not reflected. Anyway, let me verify then. Okay, it is actually applied for this div tag. Okay, but since we have this h2 element, maybe I can apply these styles for this h2 element. See now it is reflected. So the color also, let me give blue. Okay, now it is applied. So we have completed this attribute directives and the next one is structural directives. So the structural directives are modifying the DOM layout by adding and removing the elements. So we have three inbuilt structural directives. So the first one is ngif and then ngFor and the final one isngswitch. Okay. So now there is one new update. Okay, the control flow templates. So instead of using this ngf, ngFor,ngswitch, Angular introduced control flow templates that are if, for, and switch. We can use directly. So anyway, first we can complete these structural directives. After that we can see the newly available control flow templates. So let me go to my application. So already we have this div, right, attribute div. So here I am going to use the ng if. The syntax is ng, then I should be caps, then we have to provide the value. So let me take, maybe I will declare one more variable, show. So currently I just provided true. I just copied and used it here. Okay. Now this attribute directory is showing. So next what I'm going to do, I'm just changing this into false. Now see the response. That particular content is not displaying. Okay. So this is the way our ng if will work. And a very important thing, so if you are using this directive, make sure we have to import the common model. Okay. So that already I have done. So that's why we are able to use. Otherwise we will get the error. Maybe if I'm trying this one, show you. See. So it's blocking from the pipes, and also we will get error for this ng if also. So anyway, we can keep this one. And the next one is ng for. For doing this ng for, let me declare one more variable. Here we can have some objects. So similarly, let me include two more records. The name we can give React, and then Vue.js. And colors also, I'm changing this into red. The next one just a blue. Okay. So we have a list of records in the array. Okay. So I am going to bind these records in our UI. For doing the binding, I am using the div tag only. ng for, and then syntax. So inside that, I'm just binding. Basically, we will get the object. I'm using this JSON pipe. Okay. See the response. So in these three rows, we got the different records. So now we can bind this one. First one is name. So one h2 tag. I just added it here. And adding one pipe, uppercase, and having one span tag, and saying IDs. Here just binding ID. Okay. And what is the another one property, that is color. So this color we can bind for this div, and we can use this ng style directive. Okay. Item.color, the value we will get in the dynamic manner, and removing this font. So now see the response. Okay, ID number, did you mean name? Okay, I just provided uppercase, that's why we got this issue, and just changed. Okay, see the three records, we can apply some more change. So instead of the color, I am just changing this into background color, and this color, so let me give the default value white. See now. So this is the way our ng for will work. So the real-time use cases for binding the tables and binding data into the select element. So these are the scenarios we can use this ng for. And the final one is ng switch. For explaining this ng switch, let me declare one more variable. Okay. So I would say view. So the default name I just provided home. Okay. So next in our HTML side, I'm using one more div tag. and adding this ng switch directive, and here we need to provide the name, I mean the variable name, and inside that we can have one more div. Here I am just including one h2 tag and saying this is home view. Okay, and in this div tag let me use ng switch case. Here I am just providing home. So similarly I am going to have one more div section. Here I am just checking in this ng switch case about. This is about view, and in the final we can say default. So here I am just saying default. So we can see the response. It's saying this is home view because the switch case is matched. So now if I'm changing this into about, see the response. This is about view. So now if I'm giving about 1, see the switch cases are not matched. Home and about both are not matched. Then it is automatically taking this default switch. Okay, this is the syntax. So we can use based on our requirement. So now we have successfully completed our ng switch also. So we have finished this component directives and attribute directives and the structural directives. So these are the input directives. Okay. So similarly, if required, we can create some custom directives also, but actually that is not that much important. So we can move on to the next topic, Angular forms. So the Angular form is very important topic. Okay. So using this Angular forms concept, we can handle the inputs and we can set the validation. Actually, it's having two types. One is template driven form and another one is the reactive forms. For the definition point of view, they are saying Angular forms are critical part of building interactive web application where users can input data, submit it, and interact with the application features. Yes. As I mentioned, we have two different forms. One is template driven form and another one is reactive forms. So if you're checking for the difference, your form have just limited fields. There is no much logics. Then we can use this template driven form. But your form has more complex logics and also it is too big. Then we can go with this reactive forms. Okay. So first we can complete this template driven form. Then we can move on the reactive forms. Okay. For explaining this concept, let me create one new component. ng generate component. We can create in the folder common, and the component name let me provide login, because so end of the video I will include the login concept also, so we can create this component. The component is created. So the next thing is we can include in our routing side. From the top itself we can use login component, and just removing this can activate. Okay. So the next thing is we can work for the design. I'm using the mat card. So since if I'm using this mat card, I need to import mat card model, and then we can use the mat card header. Here just including one h2 tag login, then mat card content, and finally mat card action. Okay, and we can override this class with the 50%, margin 25%. and then we can have two input controls so that we can get it from the material UI component side. So actually we can use the normal HTML control itself, but I want to make look and feel also good, because we should know how to use all of the material UI components since we are working in this Angular application. So let me take this example. So I'm just including in the mat content. So the first one, we can change the name into username. So in this placeholder also, let me change this into username. And the value I just removed. And password. So since we are using this mat input directive, then we have to import the mat input model. Okay. So similarly, let me import mat button model also. Anyway, it's needed. See the UI, it should be like this. So here we can override this class mat mtc form field. See now, maybe if I'm changing this into 100, that also fine. This width 40% is enough. Okay. And finally, we have to include two buttons so that we can do in our mat CRUD actions. So we can check in our component section. See, we have different types of buttons. Okay, flat button, classic, and we have icons. So let me use this mat raised button. This is the second section. And using this directive and a color, let me provide primary. See now, login. So similarly, let me include one more button, just to cancel. And the color, let me provide accent. For the space, we can just modify the existing class and overriding this mat button. Okay, this is fine. So we just completed our login screen. So in this login form only, I am going to apply the template driven logic. For using the template driven form, the first thing is we need to import the form model. Okay, and then let me create one model class, folder model, and then we can have one file, login model .ts, export interface. So this is actually a syntax for creating the just model file, and then we have to provide the name, just a login model. Okay, and I'm including two properties. The first one is username, the data type is string, and then password, the data type is string only. So then let me save this one. So next in our HTML side, so in this login component, so in this form we have to use the identifier. I would say login form. Login form is ng form, and then including the submit event ng submit, proceed login, and here I'm just passing this form, that login form. Okay, and we have to define this function, and the input parameter is form. and data type is any. So next we can declare one variable login data and the data type is login model. Add missing properties. Okay, the default values are empty. Again in this HTML side, so we can use the ng model. Okay, that is the two-way binding syntax. Ng model, and we can bind the value this login data. Username. Similarly for the next field, we can say this is password. And similarly, we have to use the identifier. So first one is username, that is ng model. Okay. So the same way, let me apply for the password also. So let me format them. So next we can make this button into submit type. Since if you want to trigger the submit event, make sure our button should be inside the form. So what we can do, let me move this form out of the mat card. Unexpected close tag. Okay. Okay, this is fine. And next what we can do, from this login component, we can try to get the values. Login data. Okay, here we are getting some error. If ng model used within the form tag, either the name attribute must be set for the form control, or the form control must be defined as standalone in ng model options. Just including one more property, name. Same username we can use, and the other one is password. That's it. So the error also cleared. So now if I'm trying some values, admin, see, so whatever value we are entered, that same value we can get from here. Okay, so the next thing is we have to apply the validations. So what I'm going to do, let me include this required attribute, because both are required only. So now if I'm clicking this login form, see it is changed into red color, but at the same time in the back end we are getting this value. Okay, so here what we can do, let me have one condition, form.valid. If it is valid only, we are taking this value, you know. So now I just entered the value for this admin. So once I entered both the values, now see we are able to get this value. So our next step is, since we have this credential, we have to call the API by passing these parameters. From the API we can validate this username and password. Based on the response, if it is succeeded, then we can redirect to our home page, and if it is failed, then we can say the error message, and we can apply some validations also. Okay, so currently from the material UI itself we are getting the red color, since if I'm submitting. Okay, so similarly, until we not enter the value data, if you want to block this login button, that also we can do. Let me show you. From our form itself, let me take this login form, okay, and I'm using this disabled property, and I know my form identifier login form. I'm just saying invalid. See now, it's defaultly disabled. So now, if I'm providing admin, so now it is enabled. In case if I'm removing those things, it's completely in the disabled mode. This kind of validations also we can set. For the individual fields, if you want to show some text messages, like we can have one div section, okay. Okay, here it's just one div and saying this username is required. So defaultly we are able to see this text and we cannot display in the initial time itself. So I am just applying one condition by using the ngIf directive, and this is our identifier and invalid and text. See now initially it's not showing, so I just entered some value. Even if I reverted, it's not showing. Let me verify. So if any of the functionality is not working, make sure first we need to check this console. So there is the first suspect. It's saying cannot bind this ngIf. So the reason I identified. So if you are using this ngIf directive, make sure we need to import the common model. Otherwise we will get error. So in this normal model based templates, the common model will be defaultly included from our main app.model. Since we are in the standalone templates, it's mandatory. Okay. See now it is showing. This username is needed. So if I'm entering some value, admin, it is there. So if I'm reverting, then it is showing. Okay. So anyway, let me comment this one. So anyway, we have a better validation notification. See, we have the star symbol and also completely changed into red color. That is more than enough. And this disable also, I believe it's not needed. So for the reference purpose, I'm just keeping one copy. Okay, just commented. See now. So now in this template driven form, we have covered how to apply the validations and how to take values from this template driven form. So finally, we can see how to set the values. Okay. But in this user screen, basically we won't set anything. So, see the values are applied. The concept is very simple. So we are using this two-way binding concept NG model, and in our initial variable itself, I just assigned those values. So in this real-time scenario, we will get the data from API. Once we got the data, we can assign to the variable. Then through this two-way binding, it will be applied automatically. Okay. So anyway, in our case, I am just using for the login screen, so it is not needed. Okay, now we covered this template driven form, and before moving this reactive forms, let me cover another one important topic. Okay, so because we are in the middle of this template driven form, so once we completed our login process, then will be more effective. Okay, for completing the login process, we should have the API URL. Since we don't have any real-time API, we can create one dummy API. For creating the dummy API, we have one option, that is JSON Server API. The special note I am mentioning, this is a kind of fake API only for the learning purpose. So here we can use all the HTTP verbs, okay, But in this real-time scenario, we should have the actual API. We cannot use for the deployment time. Only the development time we can use. So now let me explain how to use the JSON Server API in our application. JSON Server API. So the first thing is make sure we have to install the JSON Server API in our machine by using this npm install JSON Server. So in my machine already I have installed. So the next thing is we have to create one db.json file. So this JSON file acts as the server database. Okay. After that we have to run one command for running our API. So let me try now. So in this source folder, let me create another one new folder data. So inside that I have to create the db.json file. So without creating file also we can do from our command. Let me show you. So the command is ng server watch inside the source folder, data folder, and our file is db.json. See now. So in this data folder, it's created one new db.json file, and it's providing three inputs: post, command, and profile. So let me take one of the URL. So it is returning some values. So in our case, I'm just changing this into user, admin user, and the ID, you can say admin. Here the ID is nothing but our username, okay? And then password, admin. Finally role. So the role also, let me provide admin. It's a kind of static data, okay? So how many objects we are including, based on that it will create the new endpoint. So currently we have a user, commands, and a profile. So that's what we are seeing, these three endpoints. So now we can remove these two, okay? Commands and profile, it's not needed. See, currently we have this user only. So now if I'm executing, it's returning some empty object only because it's not available. And if I'm using this user, then it will work. And similarly, for the validation purpose, we will pass the username and password. So our URL should be like this. Admin. See, it's returning the value. And additionally, we need to pass this password also. Then I'm giving admin. See, it is returning the data. In case if I'm providing invalid credential, it's returning one empty array only. Okay. So we can consider this is our API endpoint. So we are passing two parameters. One is username. Username is nothing but our ID. And then password. Password is our actual password field. Okay. So the JSON server is fine. So next important thing is we need to create the services. So before that, let me give some facts about the services. So services are fundamental part of the architecture that is used for organizing, sharing code across different parts of our application. They are a way to encapsulate reusable functionality, data, or logic that does not belong in the component. So in simple words, we can share the data to the different components. Okay. And other than that, by consuming any external API, we can use the services. Okay. So next, let me tell you how to create the services. We have a commands ng generate. For the service, short form is yes, and we can create in the folder of service. Okay. I would say my service name is master service. Okay, look like our service is created. And from these services, we are going to handle the HTTP requests and make sure we have to inject the HTTP client. HTTP client. And if we are using the HTTP client, since we are in the standalone template, we need to include the provider. Provide HTTP client, I believe. Okay, this is fine. And then creating one function, and it's having one parameter, and the data type is login model. Okay, so inside that, we are just returning. So in our scenario, so the endpoint is just a get method only, okay? And then we have to use the API endpoint here. And these are the parameters. So the first one is username, and the second one is password. So next in our component side, so in this login component, let me have one constructor, and in this constructor I am injecting these services. And our service is master services. Okay. And in this proceed login function, we can consume these services, and here I am just passing login data. From this HTTP services, we get our response in the observable format. Okay, so if you have observable, then make sure we have to subscribe. So this observable and subscribe, these are the concepts that belongs to the RxJS. Anyway, I will give some overview. Okay, what is RxJS, what are the important things in RxJS. So currently, this is the syntax. Just to consider, for consuming any services, we have to do this drill only. Okay, and declaring one variable, declare here also. For this response also, we can have one separate model. So already we have created one model class, right? So we can use the same file and creating one more new interface. User. So the first one is ID, then password, name, and role. The order is not the problem, okay? Next in our API side also, we can return like this. Just user. Next in our component side also, I'm just checking. The thing is, we will get our response in the array format, okay? So in this real-time API, we will get actual response, then we can use the exact one. Since it is the fake API, once we got some values, then it is valid, otherwise it is invalid. So I'm just checking length. If it is more than 0, we can redirect into the home page. For doing the redirection, we need a router. So we can inject the router also. the home page. And in this else scenario, I'm saying invalid credential. That's it. See now, currently the validation is blocking. Next, admin. See, it is redirected into our home page. So again, admin, some other name. So if I'm trying, I'm getting this message like a invalid credentials. So currently you are in the login page, okay? And you see, we are able to see this menu. But this menu, once we logged in only, it should be visible. So otherwise, it should not display like this.
For handling this menu, we can create one separate component. So the component name is app menu. Okay, the component is created. So the next thing is, so whatever thing we have included for the menu, we can just move into our newly created component. Okay, app menu. So obviously we have to move the TS side changes also. So we can cut everything, and I just included it here. Okay, we can import this router and then importing toolbar, importing material UV button, and finally icon. Okay, and again in our app component side, so since we are not using, so let me remove every references. Okay, and finally in our app component side, we have to import this app menu component. So similarly we have to copy the selector from our app menu component, and I just included it here. Okay, so again the response point of view, we are seeing the same response. So look like the CSS also need to be moved. Okay, so next in our app menu component, let me have one constructor and then declaring one variable show menu. So the default value I just provided true. Okay, next in our HTML side, so in this mat toolbar I'm using ngif directive. Okay, so anyway already I have mentioned, so if you are using ngif, then we should import the common model. So now if I changed this into false, see now it is not showing. But the thing is, we just given the hardcode value, but actually we have to handle in the dynamic way. Okay, so our first requirement is, so if you are in this login page, we cannot show this menu. So then we have to identify the current menu. For identifying the menu, we have to use the router. So let me inject the router here. Okay, so let me format them and then implementing do check hook. Okay, so this hook will be triggered for the every change detection. So here I am just identifying the current URL. Okay, so as I mentioned, we can get it from the router, this dot router dot URL. So let me check current URL. Okay, it's showing login. See, so if I'm provide about, see, it is redirected into the customer, so we are able to get the same URL. So in our scenario, it's login only. So what I'm going to do, just checking one condition. Okay, so in this scenario, it should be false. And else, it should be true. Okay, so now if I'm trying, so currently I'm in the login page. This is fine. It's not showing the menu. So once I logged in, see, so now the menu is showing. Okay, so even if I'm moving to about, okay, it's actually redirected to our customer page. Anyway, it's fine. See, so the menu is showing. So again, if I'm coming to the login page, it's not showing the menu. So anyway, we almost completed our login functionality. So make sure we have to include two more important things. So the first thing is, once we are logged in, we have to maintain our identity value. Okay. So in our case, we can consider our username as the identity one. Once it is succeeded, we can store our username in the local storage. Okay. And the value. And the next thing is, in this initial time, I mean in this initial load, we can clear this local storage. For that, let me implement the ng on in hook. Local storage clear. Okay. So next in our service side, I am writing one function. So in this master services, here I am writing one more function. So the function name is logged in. That's it. And here I am just returning article to null. If it is having some data, then it will return true. Otherwise, it will return the false. That is the expectation. So finally, we can reuse this function from our card. So this art card we commonly used. Okay. So this URL checking and other things, let me comment. Okay. For the learning purpose only, I just included. For the reference purpose, I am keeping this code in the commented manner. Okay. So the next thing is we need to access the services. Then make sure we have to inject our service here. Then the steps are same. Already we did for this router. So the same way, inject, and our service is master service. Okay. And here I'm just checking service dot is logged in. If it is true, then we also just returning true. There is no issue. So in this else scenario, it is unauthorized. Then I'm just saying unauthorized access. Okay. Also we can return false. So similarly, if you are entering URLs manually, then forcefully we have to redirect into our login page. For that, we can use this router login. That's it. We can try now. So now if I'm trying to access this home, see, it's saying unauthorized access and it's simply redirected into our login page. So the same way if I'm trying this about, same response. At the same time, once I logged in, see now we are able to access this home, customer, contact, about. So even though if I'm refreshing also, so the value will be maintained in our local storage. So in case if we want to check the value, that we can verify while doing this inspect element in this application section, we can see these storages. We have a local storage and a session storage. So in our case, we are using this local storage only. See, so the key is username and the value is admin. Okay. So now we have successfully completed our login scenario. Maybe for the logout, let me include one more button. Here we can use this login. That's it. Okay. So if I'm clicked, so now it is logged out. So hereafter, if I'm entering this home URL also, it won't allow. So the reason is from this login component, initial load itself, we just cleared this local storage. Okay. So after that, once we logged in only, we are assigning values to this local storage. Okay. So I hope now you got the idea why we have this Angular cards and how to do the authentication using these Angular cards. Okay. And the next thing is in our topic point of view, we can move on the reactive forms. So this is one of the most commonly used form. So because using these reactive forms, we can handle any complex logics also. Okay. And from the code itself, we can control all the validations. And it is providing three important classes. One is for form control. Using this, we can handle the individual controls. And the next one is form group. So using this class, we can handle the collection of controls. So in this data point of view, if you want to maintain the object, then we can use this form group. And the final one is form array. So using this form scenario, so we can generate the controls in the dynamic manner. So in this real-time example, if I say, so just assume on invoice screen, you may add a products, multiple products, okay? So for each and every product, we have to create the set of controls dynamically, okay? So in that scenario, we can use this form array. So in this data point of view, if you are maintaining list of data, then we can use this form array. So anyway, let me start, then you will get more idea, okay? For implementing this reactive forms, in our concept point of view, we can design our registration page. Okay. So again, let me create one more new component, ng generate component register. So in this register screen, we can use most of the form controls from our material UI. Okay. Okay, the component is created. The next thing is we have to include in our routing side. After this login, I just included as register, a register component. Okay. And then link we can provide from our login screen itself. So let me go to the login component. So here we have this cancel button, right? So in this place, I'm including for the link for new user. And instead of the button, I'm just changing this into anchor tag. So anyway, it will work based on this directory only. Okay. So even though if I'm changing the control also, the look and behavior is not going to change, I believe. See. And then here I'm using the router link. I'm saying register. Okay. And in our TS side, we have to import the router link. Okay. So now if I'm clicked, okay, it's showing 401 page. See the URL login slash register. So it's considering this login as the parent routing. So let me change. We can add this slash. Okay. So now if I'm clicking this new register, See, it is coming to our register page. And again in this register page also, we no need to show this menu, okay? So again in our app.menu section, we have to include one more check, register, that's it, okay? So now it's got removed. And the next thing is we need to include design. So the design point of view, we can reuse some of the codes, okay? And then we can do the imports. So the first one is, since we are using the reactive forms, we need to import the reactive form model. So that is done. And the second one is mat card model, and then mat input model, and mat button model. Okay, these are the commonly used controls. Then mat checkbox model, mat radio model for the radio button, and for the select control, mat select model. Okay, this is fine. And in the HTML side, we can remove this one. And in this submit, I am just changing the function name into proceed register and removing this property, it's not needed. And we need to register this function, otherwise we will get the error. Okay, and then having one constructor, and for the header you can say new registration. And in this control point of view, so this required attribute is not needed, and a placeholder we can use username, and this ng model is not needed, and this identifier also not needed. Finally, this name also we can remove. So because using this reactive forms, we can handle most of the things from the TS file itself. So in our HTML side, we have a minimal changes only, okay? And removing this section, it's not needed. I'm just having one control. We can include other controls little later. And in this button point of view, we can say like submit and register, okay? And instead of the new user, we can give login, okay? So next in this import section, we have to use the router link, and we have some CSS changes that also needs to be included. So currently it is just having the username only, okay? See the design, it's somewhat fine. So next we can define our form. So if you are using the reactive forms, first thing is we need to define our forms, okay? So the form name, let me provide register form. We can define our form using the form group. This form group also belongs to our Angular forms. So we can use like this, okay? Also we have another option that I will tell you a little later. First we can give those fields. So the first field is username, okay? So the controls we can define using the form control. So if required, we can provide the default value, and also we can apply the validations, okay? By using this validators class, we can enable the validations. So here we can see the different options. Combos, these combos will be used for having more than one validation. Then email, it is checking the email format. Then maximum length, the minimum length, and required. If you have any pattern, then we can include the pattern. So I am defaultly including this required validator only, okay? So similarly, we can include the other controls also. So initially we can have these two controls and we can verify how it is working. So after that we can include the other fields. That's my plan. So once we defined our form, we have to include in our form itself. So in this form, I'm just using the form group like this. Actually, we are connecting with our TS into HTML side. Okay, we added the form name. The next thing is we have to make the connectivity for the controls. For the controls, we have to use form control name. The name we will get from our form itself. Okay. So similarly, I can include one more control just to format it, and this is for name. Okay. See the design. So once I click the register, okay, wait issue. Okay, nothing is coming. Okay, there is the spelling mistake. So now let me try. So if I'm clicking the register, see it's showing in the red color because we mentioned this is the required field, okay? And the next one it's not showing anything. The reason is we not mentioned this is the required one. See the initialization. So in case if I'm changing this into required, see now. Similarly, if I'm submitting also, it will block. And next thing, we can see how to get the values from this form. That also very simple. This dot register form dot value. Okay. So currently, if I'm clicked, I'm getting the empty object. Admin user. See. So we are able to get the values. So in our logic point of view, if you not enter the any value, then we cannot proceed anything. So we have to include the condition. So the same thing we have did in our template driven form also valid. So now let me move this console also here. Okay, see now. So next let me tell you how to assign the values to this form controls. I'm just commenting this one. From this function itself, I am setting the value to this form. So it's have a set value function. Okay. For getting the values, we can directly use a dot value. For assigning the values, we have this set value function. So here we need to use the object. So like first one is username, and I'm saying admin, and the next one is name. For this one, just a user. See the response. So initially it's in empty. Once I click this register button, it will assign the values. See, it's done. So this is the way actually we have to assign the values to our reactive forms. So as I mentioned, we will cover one full CRUD actions. There you will get more idea. Okay. So next we can finish the complete validation. So right now we have seen this required field validator. Okay. So let me include one more control, email. Okay. So in this scenario, I'm just including this email. Again, this field also a required one, right? So in this scenario, we have to include more than one validation. So then we cannot directly include like this. Okay, it won't allow. So in this case, what we can do, just use validators dot compose option,
and inside the array they can include more than one validation scenario. And similarly for this name also, validators dot compose is just given required, and similarly I am including one more validation, that is minimum length, it should be 5. Okay, so now we can verify. So let me include one more new control. So this new control is for email, and placeholder I just changed. If it is not needed, that also we can remove. See, so if I'm entering something else, it won't accept. Once I've entered some valid email format only, it's considering it's fine. For the name, if I give test, it won't accept because we provided one more validation, that is minimum length 5, test 1. Now it is fine. So we covered the validation and assigning and setting the values. And finally, we can modify the attribute also. So let me make this field as disabled. So as I mentioned, we can handle everything from our TS side itself. So in this scenario, I am including one object. From the object itself, I am giving the value. The field in disabled mode. Okay. So similarly, we can apply any of the properties. Okay. So anyway, let me remove them, and default value is empty only. So in case if you are providing some value here, I mean, so it will be a default value. Okay. See, it will be available in the default. So let me remove it. It's not needed. And then we can use one select control. So in our scenario, I would say role. So instead of the input control, we need to use the select control. So let me go back to our material UI component. We can see this select control. Okay. We can take one of the example. Maybe this one is fine. The basic one we can use. Okay. See, there is a example. Match select. So let me copy this one. We can use it here. Okay. So here this at for is the control flow template. Actually this is the replacement for ng for. So while explaining the directives, I have mentioned we have a replacement. Okay. So this is actually one of the replacement for the for loop. So this is the syntax, and this should be a list. So in our case we can get it from here. I'm just declaring this variable also. Okay. Since in our scenario it is the role, so I'm just changing this into roles. Value is fine, salesman, and in this view value we can say salesman. And finally manager. Okay, so if you have a model class, then we can specify. Since it is not available, we can create. Okay, just to provide a role. So already we have one model folder, right? So in this login model file itself we can include. See, now it is fine, just to format it. And in our HTML side, so instead of the foots I changed it into roles, and the object name I just changed it into item. And in this track section we have to specify this one. Okay, and while binding item.value and item.viewValue, that's it. So now we can see this one, the response. Okay,
This is fine. So the same thing we can achieve using this ng for, then we should import the common model. So since we are using this control flow templates, we no need to import anything. Okay. So next we can use the checkbox. For the checkbox, okay, we can take this one. And we can have only one checkbox. Agree terms and conditions. So this color actually we can change. So currently if I'm clicked, then it will be defaultly showing kind of pink color. So if required, we can change the color also. Okay. So if I'm giving primary, okay, we have included checkbox. So finally we can include one radio button. For the radio buttons, we have examples like this. Let me copy this code. So before this checkbox, we can include our radio button. Okay. So in this radio button, we can use for the gender, male, female, and other options, others. So the values we can store in our API, male, female, and others. That's it. See the response. So in this radio button also we can change the color. Maybe in this. So the first one we can give primary. Okay. And similarly we have accent. So the accent is nothing but on this pink color only. Other one is barn. Okay. So, there is a minor difference only for this pink and barn. It's a kind of orange color. Okay, the controls are fine. So next let me complete our forms. Okay, so in our forms we have included just 3 fields, but in our UI side we can see 2 more new fields: role, gender, and terms. So let me include 2 more controls. So in this select control, the control name is role, and here the validation point of view, we can just have this, and default value we can provide. Okay, so the default value I'm just providing, and the next control is gender, and the default value is male. So here this required is not needed, and the final one is terms, and default value I'm providing true. Okay, so next in our HTML side, as usual we can use this form control name. First time including for the select control, and our control name is role, and then this form group. So instead of the area label, actually it's not needed, and then term. Okay, okay, why it is not checked? See, the salesman is defaultly assigned, but this radio button and other things are not assigned defaultly. So the default value one is just M. So it is selected, and for the agree terms and conditions, it's actually terms. Okay, it should be included for this match checkbox only. So we will make these kind of mistakes, then we have to verify like this, then obviously it will work fine. Okay, and similarly we can get the values. So now if I'm trying, I'm getting the validation error for this email, and in this console also I believe it's not showing. Yes, it's not showing anything. Okay, and changing this gender and agree terms and conditions. So based on that we can apply some validations. Now if I'm clicking, see we are getting the complete value. So if I'm changing this role into manager and we are getting one new object, then we can see this role also. And now let me tell you some trick. So in our reactive form side, they are providing this form control for handling the controls. Similarly, they are providing form group for handling the form. And finally, we have one more option, that is form array. So that I will cover little later. So additionally, they are providing one more interface, that is form builder. Okay. So using this form builder, we can manage our reactive forms in the convenient way. Okay. So now let me tell you how to use the form builder. First I'm injecting the form builder. Okay. Again, this one also belongs to the Angular forms. So now instead of using this form group directly, we can use this builder. So it's providing different functions: group, control, and array. So this array, group, control all are similar to the form group, form array, and form control. So in our scenario it is form group, then I'm using this group. So we can remove everything. Okay. And similarly for these controls, we can use like this dot builder dot control. So let me replace everything. So the functionality point of view, it will work in the same manner only. Okay, it's checking the validation. See, we got a response. Okay. So the next thing is we have to call our API and we need to complete our registration process. For doing this one, let me create one more model class. So otherwise we can use the same TS file. There we can create one separate interface. Just a formatted user registration. ID is nothing but our username, then this password, name, role, and finally gender. Maybe we can use the same user class also. Okay, then let me remove this one, and in this user model we can include this gender also, string. Okay, and next in our service side, let me create one more function, and the name, I mean the function name, I am providing proceed register. Okay, and the input is user object, and our function is post method. Okay, and we can use the same URL up to localhost, then user, and since this is the post method, we need to pass the parameter data. Okay, this is actually a syntax. So even though if you are using the real-time API also, we need to just change the API endpoint, and based on the input data, we need to pass the parameters like this. Okay. Okay, the service side is done. So next we can move on the component once again. So in this component side, already we have injected this form builder. So next I'm injecting these services. So the service is master service, and here we can have one object. So we can assign the values. So first one is ID. The value we can get it from our form. This dot register form dot value dot this username. Okay. So similarly, let me include all other fields. Add missing properties. The default value is included. Okay, we missed to include one field, that is the password. Then let me include that also. Okay, now that also fine. And the name, then role, and the final one is gender. So in our design point of view, okay, we have included this email. So this email field we not included in our model side. So the same thing we can include it here. So once we have this object, here we can call our services. And I'm just subscribing. So basically we are not expecting any response here. So in this real-time scenario, we will get the response. Based on that response only, we will decide whether the registration is completed or not. So in our scenario, I am just checking if there is no error, then obviously we can consider this is the success scenario. Okay. And here we need to show our alert. Also, we need to redirect it into our login screen. So then we have to use the router. Then I'm just injecting our router here. Okay. After showing this alert message, navigate by URL, login. That's it. So we finished. And for this agree or non-agree, we can check like if they are agreeing only, we are proceeding these steps. Otherwise, we can give the alert. Like, so as of now, we are using the basic JavaScript alert. Actually, we can use some traditional alert. Okay. So I would recommend the third-party library Toaster. So anyway, I will explain that also. First, let me give the alert. Okay. Okay, we have missed one more field, that is our password. Okay. So the password I have included in our form definition, but in our HTML side, not yet included. So let me include after this username. And since it is the password field, so the type we can change into password. Okay. So now everything is fine. So we have a validation. So we can do our first testing, like the username end user, password, and in this agree terms, let me make a sun tick. Okay, so now if I'm clicking this register, it's saying please agree terms and condition, then proceed. So once I agreed, so now if I'm clicking this register, it's saying registered successfully. Also it is redirected into our login page. Now let me log in with our new credential, end user, and the password is test1. Okay, I am able to log in. So if you want to see the records, since we are using the JSON Server API, so the data will be available in our db.json file. See the newly created record. So the initial time we have given this much field only, just 4 fields. So in this new record we can see 2 more fields. Okay, and I want to convey one more information. So basically this ID is the unique field. Okay, and if you are not providing any value for this ID, it will work as the identity column. It will create the new ID value by incrementing 1. Okay, so in our scenario we already provided the value for this ID, so then whatever value we have provided, that value is taken. Okay, so anyway we successfully completed our registration functionality. So in this reactive forms concept point of view, we have covered this form control, form groups, and the only thing is pending, that is our form array, that I will cover little later. Okay, and the next topic is services, that we already covered, and then HTTP interceptors. Okay, before moving this HTTP interceptors, so we can do one complete credentials using JSON Server Web API. Okay, so whatever concept we already covered, so using that we are going to complete our credentials. Okay, so the first thing is as usual we need one new component. So this is just recalling our previously covered topics. First one is component, ng generate component, and we are creating in the folder of common, and my component name is product. Okay, the component is created. The next thing is make sure we have to include in our routing section. So in our app.routes, before this double star section, okay, I'm including one path, product, and our component is product component. Okay, it should be like this. Let me format it, and here also one comma missing, and we can include the card also. Let me log in. So in our menu section, we can create one link, that in our app menu. So before this login, I just added this product. So now we have a product link. Once I click, the URL got changed. So since our component is ready, the next thing is we need an API. So the API, as I mentioned, we are using the JSON Server API. So we can use the same db.json object. Here I'm going to have one more object. Okay, the name I just provided product. So initially we can have one empty array, and then I am creating one model class, product model. Here we can define our interface, and here we can define the fields. Okay, so the first one is product ID. We can use data type as number, and then product name, string, then description, We can provide some details regarding the product and then price, the data reviews number. So finally we can have the status, data type is boolean. Okay, so now our model is ready, and then we can create one new services. The syntax is ng generate service. We are creating our service in this service folder, and we can provide the service name is product. Okay, the service also got generated. So next in our product services, we have this constructor that I'm just injecting HTTP client. Okay, and then declaring one variable base URL. So the default value I just provided empty. Okay, anyway we can get our actual base value from our JSON Server API. This is our API endpoint for the product. So initially we can see one empty array only, yeah, because we don't have any data. Okay, and then we can create the functions. The first one is get all. This is for returning all available products. So obviously this is the get method. Here we need to pass the base URL only, that's fine. And it will return a list of products. Since we know the data type, we can mention that. One function is ready. And the next function is get product by code or else by ID. So again this one also a get method, but it will return the single object. So the data type is same products only. So in this scenario we will have one input, that is our ID. So based on the ID only we are returning the values. Okay, the same value we need to pass it here. ID, that's it. And the next one is one post method for creating the records. Function name is create product. Here the input is the name. Let me provide data. Actually this is the object only. Okay, request type is post. It's not going to return any value. And in this scenario we are passing the base URL, and additionally we have to pass the data. And the third one is one put method. This is for updating the product. So in this scenario we are passing this object. From our URL itself we need to pass the unique ID value. Okay, actually we can get as the parameter, otherwise we can take from this object itself, data.id. Okay, and other things are same. And the final one is delete function. Remove product. So in this scenario it should be delete. Okay, and the parameter is ID only. So based on the ID we are removing the products. Just ID. Okay, okay, the service side we have completed. So next we can move on the component section. Okay, so in this component, first let me have one constructor. Okay, and here Let me inject our services and then creating one function, load products, also declaring one variable, product list, and our data type is products, and the default one is empty array. Okay, and then we can consume our service function, get all function. So it will return the observable value. So we need to subscribe this one. Then whatever response we are getting, the same response, we can include this product list variable. Okay, and then we can implement the ng on in hook, and in this ng on in hook we can call this load product function. Okay, the TS side we have done the changes. So the concept is, in the initial load we are calling this load product function. So from this function we are consuming this get all services. From these services we will get the list of product that we are assigning to this variable product list. So the next thing is we need to bind in our UI. Okay, so we are going to use some material UI component. So this table component. Okay, for this table also we have several examples. So this is one of the basic. So it's having filter option, we have a scrolling option, shorting was there, and page navigation is enabled for another one example. Okay, we can take this example. The shorting there, filtering also included. Finally, we have this page navigation also. Okay. So if you checked in this TS side, they were included mat form field model, mat input model, mat table model, mat chart, pagination. So in our side also, make sure we need to import all the required models. So the first one is I am using mat card model. Okay, this is for the designing purpose, and then mat table model. Since we are using the table, we should have the pagination and then charting. For the action purpose, we should have the button also. And in this search time, we need to use mat input model. Okay, I believe this much is fine. So if you require, we can include little later. So in this design point of view, first including this mat card. Okay, and then mat card header, and then including one h2 tag and saying product listing. Next, in our mat card content, so we can see this example. So in this TS side we have imported the models. The next thing is we need to define this variable for displaying the columns. So let me copy them. In our TS side, so in this product point of view, we can show this ID, name, and a description, price. So finally we can have the status. Okay, additionally I am including one more column, that is for action, for having our edit delete buttons. That's it. And then declaring one more variable, data source. So this one also we can use. So this mat table data source we need to import. Okay, instead of the user data, we can use products. That's our model. And the next thing is we need to assign the values in our data source. So currently we got data from our services and we were assigned in our product list variable. So now I'm just assigning value to our data source, new mat table data source. So in this object we can use this product list. So the TS side we have done our changes. So next in our HTML side, here we can move on the HTML. We can copy from this div. So first of all, this mat table, this is one of the directive. So since we were used this mat table model, we can use this directive. And then data source, here we are passing the data, okay. And this mat chart, once we enabling this charting functionality, it's needed. So anyway, currently we can have. And then we are defining the columns. So the first one is for the ID, mat column definition, okay, column definition, and then table header and the TD. So in this header text defaultly given us ID. So the value basically we will get from this data source, okay. We are accessing all the rows one by one. We just given this ID. And the second one is name. So anyway we have one column is name. So let me cut this one. Description. And then price. And we need to include two more columns. One is status. So let me provide a status. And the final one is action. Here I just removed this section. And in this bottom we can see two TR definition. One is for header. So in this header we can see this mat header row directive. The values we are taking from this display columns. And the second one is for the row. Here we can see this mat row directive. And we are just making the loop. Okay. And finally we can see one more TR section. So this is for showing the node data text. So in our scenario we have a call span is 6. No matching records. We can change this into data not available. And in this bottom we have a pagination, okay, mat paginator and page size options. So the options are 5, 10, 25, 100. Okay, so look like our HTML side is fine. And one more thing I want to convey, for every Techiees we are able to see this mat chart header. So this directive also for enabling the charting functionality, okay. So in case if I don't want the charting for this particular column, then I can remove this one, okay. And we need to do two more drill in our TS side. So in this TS side we have to enable the pagination and charting. The change we can get it from our TS side. They were used to the view child option. View child also a property for transferring data from parent to child and child to parent. I will explain little later, okay. This mat paginator. Similarly for the mat chart. Okay. Next in our data source, we have to use the paginator. Similarly for the sorting.
Okay, so let me see the output now. So it's saying there is no data because in our API also we don't have any data. Maybe for this header we can include some static styles. Okay, right. See, it is applied here. Okay, so once we have a data we can verify other functionalities. So if required we can include some manual records, okay, in our db.json side. Just copying this object. So first of all, the ID value is the numeric one. We defined our models like this, and the name we get that. Okay. So now if I'm refreshing this page, see, we can see a one record, but it is showing us percentage. So that I need to confirm, and other values are coming. ID, bat. Okay, here I provided. Okay. Now it is changed. Again, we are seeing one percentage symbol additionally. That may comes from our component side. Yes. Okay. And we can include some pipes here. For the name, I am using uppercase. Okay, we are getting the error. So the reason already we discussed. So if you are using the default pipes, then make sure we need to import the common model. Okay. And for this price, we can use the currency pipe. And passing parameter is INR. See, the separator is included, and also we can see this currency symbol. And this status point of view, if it is true, we can say active. And then applying one condition. If it is true, then it is active. So in this else scenario, inactive. So the advantage of using this interpolation, we can use the pipes. So similarly, we can write some conditional statements. Okay. So, and finally for this action button. So here, let me have some buttons. So the button we already used in our registration string. So the first one is edit. So the type we can remove. Similarly, the second one is delete. Color I changed into accent. Okay. And we need some space. Okay, MDC button, the margin 2 pixel. Okay, now we have some space also. Okay, we have finished our listing page. For validating this charting and pagination, anyway, we need more record. So currently what we can do, so let me focus on the add screen. Okay, for handling the add screen, we can use the pop-up. Okay, so in our material UI side, we have a dialog component. So using this dialog, we can implement the pop-up. Okay, see here we can see the basic one. So we can customize based on our requirement. Okay, for creating the pop-up, let me create one more new component.
add product. Okay, the component is created. So the next thing is from our product component side, here we can have one button, and the directive we can use the matte raised button, and the color primary, and the text we can say add new, and a mapping one function, click create product. And from this function only we are going to open our pop-up. So for opening the pop-up, let me create one more function, open pop-up. Okay, and in our import section, let me import this matte dialog model, and then in our constructor side, I'm injecting matte dialog. Okay, so these are all the procedures actually we can get it from our material UI component itself. So if you check to here, if you take some of the example, open dialog. Okay, maybe if I'm taking this example, see this open dialog function mapped. Then in this TS side, here we can see this dot dialog dot open. Okay, this dialog is nothing but our matte dialog only. So in our examples, we directly injected in our constructor itself. Okay, that is the only different. And the other things, we also imported this matte dialog model. Okay, so next we need to open the pop-up. Okay, in our side also we can do the same thing. From this function, dialog and open, and then our component is add product component. Okay, we can call this function here. If I checked, see now one small pop-up is loaded. Okay, for the pop-up we can set some additional properties also. Okay, width, let me use 30%, or we can use 50%. And while opening the pop-up we can include the animation, the duration, let me include 100 millisecond. Similarly for the exit animation duration also we can provide 1000 millisecond. So now the width got changed. I feel the 40% it's more than enough. Okay, and the next thing is we can work for this add product component. So in our add product component, for handling the data, we can use the reactive forms. So to make sure we need to import the reactive form models. Okay, and then constructor is needed, and we will use our product services here. Then let me inject the services. Okay, and then in this reactive forms, so definitely I will use the form builder. And the next thing is we can define our form, product form, this dot builder group, and then we have to define our controls. So the first one is ID. So default value we can provide 0 since it is the numeric field. And the second one is name.
The default data type is string empty and this field is required. So I am just including this validation and then description. Description also same, and then price. Price default value we can have 1. Okay, and again this one also a required field. And finally status. We are using the minimal fields only. So this is the boolean field. The default value we can use true. Okay, our form is ready. The next thing is we can focus on the HTML side. So instead of starting our design from the scratch, we can reuse from our registration page. I just copied and including in our HTML section. And similarly we can copy all the CSS changes. Okay, and then copying this form name. From the top, the first thing is we are changing our form name. It's product form. Then our function name product save. Then make sure we have to define this function. From these functions we are just checking this product form if this is valid. So here we need to write our logics. Okay, so anyway, as I mentioned, first we can complete the HTML side. And this text initially we can give create product. At the field point of view, the first field is ID and placeholder is not needed. ID. And the second one is name. Again here also the placeholder is not needed. And our form control name is name. And the third one is description. So instead of the input control, we can use text area. I believe in this text area also we can use the same mat input. Anyway, let me confirm. Okay. Okay, text area also we can use. Then there is no problem. Again here also I just removed the placeholder. Description we can use in our text area. Then price. And finally this select field is not needed. We can remove. Obviously this radio button also not needed. And in this checkbox we can use for the status. And in our action side, so the first one is submit, and the text we can change into save, and this one is cancel. So once we cancelled, we need to redirect into our customer screen. Okay, not a customer, this is the product screen. Okay, and since we are using this router link, that router link also we need to import. Okay, so now we are not imported anything. Okay, then let me do that one by one. So the first one is router link, and then form field model, mat form field model, then input model, checkbox we have used, and then mat card model, mat button model. See the response. Okay, so it is coming like this. Actually we can give 100 also. This margin also it's not needed. See now, the design is fine. And one more thing, and this ID field. Okay, so this ID field we can generate from the database. So this field we can mark as the disabled one, so that we can do from our TS ID itself. The value is 0 and disabled to true. See now, it is disabled. Okay, the HTML side also we have completed, and in our TS side also we almost done. And then we can work for the save functionality. So here also we can have one object data, and the data type is products. It's showing some error. We can use add missing field. So then the name, we can get the value from our form. String, and then description, next price, and then status. Data type is boolean. Okay, and here we can call our services, create product, and we are passing this object data, just subscribing. Once we have a response, we can say created successfully. Make sure we need to clear this form. And also we need to close this pop-up. For closing the pop-up, we can use the mat dialog ref. This mat dialog ref. We can use the same add product component. Close text. So let me create one product. So once I click to save, I am getting this message created successfully. Okay, the pop-up also closed. Once I refreshed, I can see the new record. Okay, the ID is created as 2 only. Then it is fine. And one more thing, whenever I close to the pop-up, make sure I need to refresh this grid. For implementing this feature, we have a code change from our product listing component only. Okay, so here already we are opening this pop-up, correct? And then I'm using this after closed. It's actually a observable kind of thing. So then I am just subscribing. So that means whenever we are closing the pop-up, so it will trigger this area. Okay, so in this area we can call our load products. Let me create one more new product. created successfully. See, it's automatically reflected here. Okay. Okay, next we can focus on the edit functionality. The first thing is we need to bind the event. Okay, this is our button. Here we can bind one click event, edit product. And from this function, we need to pass the key value. So in our scenario, ID is the key value. Okay, I'm just passing here. And similarly for the delete button also, we can bind the event. Anyway, it's needed. Delete. So next I am defining both functions. And the parameter is ID and the data type is number. So similarly, I am defining one more function, that is for edit. Okay, and in this edit function, again we are going to open our pop-up only. We have this open pop-up function. Okay, I'm just calling. But in this edit scenario, we need to pass the key value. Okay, so actually we can get it from the parameter itself. So in our actual function, I am including one parameter, number, and setting default value is 0. And we can have one more parameter, that is title. The data type is string. Okay, so in our create product time, I am just passing one parameter, that is our title. So title, I would say create product, and the ID value we can pass it 0. Remove the default value. So similarly in this edit time, we have to pass the exact ID, and then our title should be edit product. Okay, okay, the edit product also fine. So next we can work for this open pop-up. So in this open pop-up function, we are getting two parameters, but the thing is we need to pass these two parameters. Okay, for that we can use this data option, and we are passing two values as the object, ID, title, listed. So let me format them. Okay, in the product component we are good, we passed the value, and the next thing is we need to access those values. Okay, from our actual pop-up component. For accessing this data, in our dialog component provided one class, that is mat dialog data. Okay, and the data type we can say any. So next, accessing this data, let me declare one more variable, and the data type is any. Also implementing ng on in hook. Okay. From this hook, I am just assigning value into our dialog data component. Also, we can include this variable into our console, because we need to confirm whether we are able to fetch the values from the parent component. So if I am clicking the second record, see I got this value ID2 and edit product. So similarly, if I am choosing the third one, see I got the value. And we need to include one more function. Whenever I clicking this cancel button, make sure we have to close the pop-up. So here also I am just binding one click event. Okay, So we know the code reference.closeoff. So this reference is nothing but mat dialog ref. Already we have used this one. Okay. So in this top also, instead of referring these codes, we can reuse this function. So the next thing is, anyway we are getting this key value. So based on the key value, we can get the individual product information and we need to populate in our form itself. Okay. And before that, let me change the title. And instead of having this static value, see the response. So if I'm clicking from the ad, I'm getting this ad product. So if I'm coming from the edit, the title is changed accordingly. Okay. So next, in our add product component, I'm just checking dialog data dot id. If it is double equal to 0, so then it is for the create scenario. If it is having some another values except 0, then it should be an update scenario. Okay. So in this scenario, we can call our API. Declare one more variable for getting the individual product information. And here calling our services, get product by code, and just passing our input, and finally assigning values into our product info object. So products. Okay, there is the big mistake. So actually I used this product form. The thing is, I supposed to use this product info. So I mistakenly selected this product form, so that's why we got this error. So since we have the values in our variable, next we can assign the values into our form. So here we can use the product form, and using this set value function we can assign the values to our reactive forms. So we have to specify all the fields one by one. Okay. So the first one is ID, and the second one is name, and then description, and the price, status. So let me check now. See, the data are loaded. So if I'm clicking the last record, see we have the information. And in this add scenario, anyway we are not entering any values in this ID field. So make sure we can hide this field. Okay. So what I'm going to do, we can use *ngif. Otherwise we can use the control flow templates. Okay. So I'm just providing if not equal to 0. So in this scenario only, we are displaying this ID. So, now the ID field is hidden. So at the same time, in this edit scenario, it's showing. Okay. So the next thing is, we have to work for the update functionality. So anyway, from the save button, we have implemented the create functionality. From there, we can include some conditions, and also we can finish our update functionality. Okay. And here also, we are just checking this ID. Okay. If it is not equal to 0, then for the edit. And if it is 0, then obviously it's our create scenario. Okay. Next, in our update scenario, we can use the same code, but there is some alteration here. So first of all, from the service, we can use the update product. Okay. We are passing the same object, that is fine. And in this alert scenario, updated successfully, and product form reset, that we can use globally. Okay. That's not the problem. So then
we can move these codes in the downside because we are using commonly, right? Just to format it. And in this update scenario, we need to assign the values for this object data.id. The value also we can get it from here. So anyway, this is the key value. Okay. So now so in this price I am changing the values into 60 and changing this text into capital. Once I saved, see, okay, wait, is not updated. Okay, look like the update function is not happened. Anyway, let me confirm. So the problem is in the request type I used post. It's supposed to put. So now we are good. Let me try once again, and again just changing this price and description and remove the status. See now. So now we got the message updated successfully, and see the values also got reflected. Okay. So now if I'm making this into active, it's in active mode. Okay, now our update functionality also working fine. And the next thing is delete. Okay, for doing this delete also we just initiated one function. It's from our product component. Okay, so in this delete scenario, first we can ask the confirmation. Once it is confirmed, we are calling our services, and the function is remove product, and parameter is id. Okay, this is a kind of success scenario, and we are saying removed successfully. And one more thing, we have to refresh our listing screen. So I am just calling this load products function, right? So let me try now. Once I click, do you want to remove? This should be in question mark. Okay. See now, do you want to remove? Once I clicked OK, it's removed successfully, and that record also got removed. Okay. So now we have completed our delete functionality also. So in this grid point of view, we can verify this sorting now. See, anyway, we have two records, so the sorting is working. For validating this pagination, we need some more records. Okay, so let me add them. Providing some dummy values. Okay. Okay, currently we have a 6 record. So in our pagination, we are displaying 5 records for the page. So if I'm moving to the next page, I can see the single record. So in case if I'm choosing items for page 10, then all the records are showing in the same page itself. Okay, now our pagination also working fine. So currently we have completed one full CRUD actions using JSON Server API, and the material UI point of view, we have learned how to use the tables and sorting, pagination, and also pop-up. So these are the concepts we have covered. So the next topic, we can see how to implement the traditional notification using Toaster. So see, currently we just used the normal JavaScript alert only. Okay. So if you are using Toaster, then it should be somewhat effective. You searched in this Toaster alert in Angular, we can use this npm section. Okay. Now to see the latest version is 19. So the steps are same only. Whenever we are using the third-party library, first we need to install the packages. So while installing the package in our application in running mode, make sure we have to stop. Once the package is installed, then we have to rerun the application. Okay, the installation gets completed and we can verify the package. Okay, now lot of changes are included. So anyway, we can verify from our package.json. See, we have a toaster version 19. Next, we need to include one provider that in our app config section. Okay, provide. Okay, it is not coming, then we have to input it manually. Okay, and the next thing is we need to include one CSS file, okay, for this toaster. So in our angular.json side, after this CSS, so the CSS with the CSS file available in this node model, we are able to see this ngx toaster. So inside the ngx toaster, we can see this toaster.css file, okay. So inside the node models, CSS, okay. So anyway, it's a kind of config change, then we have to rerun the application once again. From the document also, I believe we will get the same information. See, here also they mentioned it very clearly. And then in our model side, we need to include this toaster model dot for root. So this is actually for the model based template. So in our standalone template, we need to include the provider. That also we already done. Finally, using this toaster, we need to inject the toaster service like this, and then we have to add the alert like this. So it's actually providing different extension methods. If it is the success scenario, we can use success. Similarly, it's having warning, error, and information. First, in our add component, okay, add a product side. I'm just injecting this toaster service. Next, when we are showing the alert messages, we can say like this dot toaster dot success. This is actually a title, and then our message should be updated successfully. So the same way we can use for the create also. So again, I am just creating a new record. See, created successfully, but in this notification we don't have the close button, okay. So if you click the outside, it will, so anyway it will hide, but if you need a close button, we can enable from our config section itself, okay. So we have a different properties: auto dismiss, close button, easy out. So in this auto dismiss, if you provide false, then it's not going to close automatically, okay. So it will stay, once we click the button only it will be closed. So in our scenario we can just give this close button true, and also we can avoid the duplicates, prevent the duplicate also true. Now if I'm trying to edit this one, see, it is saved successfully. Okay, we have completed the toaster also. So we can move on to the next topic since we have completed the services. And the next thing is HTTP interceptors.
So the concept is very simple. Whenever we are making any HTTP request, if you want to modify the request, we can use this HTTP interceptors. Like we can modify the HTTP header. So the real-time scenario, you are consuming one security API. So make sure you have to pass the secure token for all the requests. Okay. So that you have to do in the global way. So in this scenario, by using this HTTP interceptors, we can modify our request. So let me provide one example, then you will get better idea. Okay.
For doing this implementation, I am going to use the .NET Core Web API. Okay, this is my .NET Core Web API. It's running in this Swagger. So if you want to know more details regarding this API creation, I have shared link in this description. You can watch it. And in our implementation point of view, I am using this customer API. Okay, so this is one of the security API. So currently I'm getting this 401 unauthorized error. The reason is I have not passed the security token. So let me take the same URL and add it in the Postman. Next, we are passing our secure token from this authorization header. In this syntax, we can see this behavior. So this is nothing but our token type. And then token look like this is the one expired. Okay, we are getting the same response. So the first thing is make sure we have to create the token. Okay, for generating the token, we have this generate token function. We need to provide the credentials. See, the new token is created, and in our Postman we can use the newly created token. Okay, see the response. We are able to fetch the data. The same drill only we are going to do from our Angular application also. So we can take the same API endpoint. First, in our service side, we can create one new function, get all customer, and again this one also a get method, and we have to pass the API endpoint. That's it. Okay, and similarly for this new object, we need to create one model. So this model folder, I'm creating one more new file. So now we can provide the exact data type. For the code, the first one is code string. So similarly, I'm adding for all other fields also. So the same thing I am including in our API side also. Okay. So next we can consume the same service from our component. So let me go back to one of the component. We can take the home component. Okay. So in this home component, it's don't have any constructor. Then let me create. And here I am just injecting our services. Master service. And then creating one new function. This dot service get all customer. This is the normal drill we are doing for every request. And again we need one object. And finally we are assigning this into custody data. So let me format it. So once we have the data, we can include in this console.log. Okay. So here also the expected result is we will get the 401 error. So we can call this function from our constructor itself. Okay. See the response. See, we are getting the status is 401, and this is our API URL. So the reason is as of now we not passed the security token. Okay. So the next thing is we can create one new interceptors. Using the interceptors we can pass the secure token. That's my plan. For generating interceptors also we have a command. So the file we can create in this service folder. Okay. And the name we can give token interceptors. See, the interceptor is created. From this interceptors we have to pass our authorization header. So first what I'm going to do, let me declare one variable token. So since we don't know our token, let me put the default value as empty, and then declaring one more variable. We can clone this request because we are going to modify this request. Okay, by adding this new header. And here we are including headers and mentioning authorization, and then mentioning the token type bearer, and finally we have to include our token. Okay, so in this real-time scenario, once we logged in we will get the token, but in our scenario we can include the token manually. Anyway, still we need a valid token. Okay, let me generate once again. I just added it here, and finally I'm just returning this one, the modified request. Okay, now we have completed our implementation from our interceptor side. The next thing is we have to use for all the HTTP requests. Okay, for doing this one, let me go back to our config side. So in this config side, we already used this provide HTTP client. Okay, so in this area, I am additionally adding with interceptors. Okay, from here we can specify our interceptors. So now our interceptor is token interceptors. Okay, now we can try once again. See, currently we are getting this object because the token we have passed from our application itself. Okay, so next, if you want to bind this data also, we can bind somewhere. In our scenario, I'm not going to take much time. We can bind in one of the list. Okay, and here we can use the control flow template add for item of then our object test data. Here we can just specify the data. Okay, we have a name and code both. Name incomplete block for. Okay, so now we have completed what is interceptors, and the next topic is consume secured .NET Core API. Okay, so that's what we have did now. Actually we have two ways. Okay,
So the one is we can pass the security token globally, and the other one is we can pass the security token for the single API request. So the global way we already did using this HTTP interceptors. So if you want to individually, that also we can try. For doing this implementation, first what I'm going to do, in our app config side, right now I'm just removing this section, okay? Because if it is there, so every time the token will be passed through this HTTP interceptors. So I just removed, again we will get the 401 error. And from our service side I am just duplicated this function and making this into old. Okay, from this function I'm just declaring one variable as token. Okay, so here also I just provided empty value, and then declaring one more variable underscore header object. Okay, and here we can use new HTTP header, and we are setting the value. Here we are going to pass the authorization. Okay, and then we need to pass our token. So finally, in this API call, we have to include one object. From this object, we can pass the header. That's it. Since we have the header object, we can pass it. Okay. So the next thing is we need an actual token. So most probably this one is expired, and I generated once again, and I am using it here. Okay. So anyway, other things are fine. See the response. So again, we are getting the response. Our API is working fine. At the same time, if I am calling the first function, get all customer world, if I am using this world method, then see, we are getting the error. Okay. Okay, now we have completed how to consume the secured .NET Core Web API. Okay, we have done this, and also we have some several topics. Due to the lack of time, I am just finishing this video as the part 1 for this Angular 18 course. So whatever topics are remaining, I will cover as the part 2. Okay. So the part 2 video also you can expect as soon as possible. And in this part 2, I will include some additional examples also. So I hope you enjoyed this course, and also you got the better idea whatever topics I have covered. So still, if you have any doubts or clarification, please post in the comment box, and also please don't forget to subscribe my channel. And the source code I used in this video I will upload in the GitHub, and also you can expect the source code link in our video description, and also the PPT link that also I will include in this video description. Once I released the party video, that video link also you can see in this description. So let me give the overview what are the topics I am going to cover in this part 2. So the first one is transferring data between different components. We have several options we can review one by one. And the next one is Angular signals, and then control flow templates, deferrable view, JSON Server API already we have covered, the basic redactions that also we already covered, then RxJS, NGRX state management, NG content, zoneless change detection, server-side rendering, short form is SSR, and NGX toaster we already completed, then NGX mask, deployment in IAS server. Additionally, I will cover how to handle the environmental variable, okay, for the different environment. And finally, I will share two real-time examples. One is creating real-time POS application using Angular signals concept, and the another one is creating sales invoice application using Reactive Forms form array concept. Okay. So additionally, if you are looking for any of the topic, that also you can put in the comment box. I will include in this part 2 video. So from my side, I am suggesting two videos. The first one is Angular 17 authentication using .NET Core Web API. So there I have covered most of the authentication scenarios like login, registration, role-based authentication, OTP validation. So we have covered all the scenarios. It's a big video. So that video link also I have included in this description, and also you can see in these cards. And the second one is .NET Core Web API video. Okay, so since you are familiar with an UA application, if you have some API development skill, so then your career growth will be high. Okay, so anyway, thanks for all of your support. Please stay tuned for my part 2 video. Thank you. Thanks for watching.